Happy time zone, everybody. The laughter that you heard was because I realized my mic was on. Uh, so yes, I did notice that. Oh, I hope everybody's having a good morning. I'm sorry we are running a few minutes late today. You'll forgive me. You're a forgiving bunch. Alrighty. Yeah, we've got Mr. Bones back here today. He's quite pleased to be back. Look at that fancy fade. Yeah, right? You just wait until you see the break. Okay, the break screen has a fancy transition too. Every so often, I like inch forward our technology by like a teeny weeny little increment. Because I'm like, oh, I might just click that button and see what that does. And I'm like, oh, that's fancy. Let's do that. All right. Stop popping at me. Okay, we're all. This set is just shaking itself apart around me. This is fine though. Okay, so let's get straight into it this week so we can get that poll going. And then I will show you who we made last week because they're all finished off. They're just not posted anywhere yet. I'm supposed to know what button to push. It's this one. Yes. Okay. No. Yes. Okay. We've made 38% of Gen 2 so far. Today we're going to knock out possibly 2 more. Depends on who you pick. Depends on who you pick. And yeah, today we have a theme. You may notice that we have a nice green field. That is because today we are taking a little trip to the farm. So these Pokemon will all, in one way or the other, blend in at a farm. So you will have the option of picking 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, or 4 for this first round. And then in the second round, assuming we get one, 5 will come into play. It's just YouTube only lets us have 4 options in a poll. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Get the banjos out. Do 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 do. So it's up to you guys who you pick. Make your decisions accordingly. I feel like you have the capacity to make choices based on the colors you're seeing on the screen. Oh, and I have a little bit of closure for you all about Fat Bear Week last week. So Fat Bear Week is an actual thing run by an actual national park, and we have a winner. The fattest bear, I don't know if that's the title, but a bear called Chunk won, and I think that that's quite appropriate. So Chunk won the fattest bear from Fattest Bear Week. But we wish them all an excellent hibernation, and we look forward to seeing them again in 6 months' time, or however long bears hibernate. I assume it's like 3 to 6 months, right? That seems like a long time, though. Oh, right, yeah, I'm supposed to be doing something else. Hang on, let me switch to the mini player and I'll show you the Pokemon from last week. Nope, not like that. I swear, I made all of this. I should know where all of the things are. Let's see. So last week we had, again, Fat Bear Week as our theme, and the first one we picked was Meryl, and we named her, or him, I don't actually know if we decided on that, but the name is Blueberry. So I did not, like I threatened at one point to go back and remake the base piece as a ball. I didn't do that. With the arms, I think it gives it the illusion of roundness. I did, however, squidge the eyes in just a little bit to make them look right, but there is our perfect little Meryl. Azumarill is loose somewhere. I'm not really sure where Azumarill has ended up, but we had him out on the desk last week. So we hibernate till we get hungry again. Fair enough, Angry Bear. Then I cease to be Angry Bear and I become Hangry Bear. I'd be nervous to be Bunny at that point. Though I suppose the badger might be a fine defense mechanism. Since my favorite color is yellow, you're obliged to always choose it with no thoughts. Oh, okay, that's good to know that that's happening, because I thought that was only a purple thing that happened. Yeah, so anyway, that is Blueberry. And then we also made Centret, and we named Centret Uppies. And I did go with stitched on eyes, not safety eyes. The safety eyes were fun, but these ones here are way more proportionate. So, his tail's sticking out the back. I could have attached it at the bottom, but it means he wouldn't have been able to sit on his own, and this way he can, which is kind of cute. And he always looks like he's perpetually hugging or hiding behind people. Yeet. So yeah, those are Centret and Meryl from last week, and they were number 37 and number 38 accordingly. So, while you guys make that choice... Oh, guys! My secret is out! You finally know that my craft room has been taken over by raccoons. Like, I've been looking at this guy. Well, last stream I was looking at this guy. The stream before that I was still looking at... Where are they? Back there. The day 4 ones. So, my craft room has been taken over. Giant raccoons. Yeah, we started slightly later, Sammy. Like 5 minutes or so. So, I have been informed by a great number of people at this point, though I think Eagle Ironic was the first, that he is larger / on the larger side of life-sized. So, he is bigger than the average raccoon. And just, it's dangerous knowledge to always know that you're like 12 hours away from a giant raccoon. But, there he is. So, the raccoon patterns, just while we finish off this vote, the raccoon patterns are... Day 3 is obviously already available everywhere, YouTube, Patreon, Etsy. Day 5 is already up on Patreon. Day 1 is going up on Patreon. I'll be doing that this afternoon. Day 4 I filmed and will be up on the channel end of this month, possibly early next month. So it's a couple of weeks out, but you will be getting the Day 4 pattern, which was like the half the size of this one. And the Day 2 pattern, I am... You've seen bigger, but that one was very fat. Fair enough. Come on, brain. Come on. What were we talking about? Day 2. Day 2 I am holding in reserve for the 12 days of crochet because I'm building momentum for the 12 days of Crochet Mischief Gang. And if you look at the comment section on that last video, I am building a rabble. We're getting this idea through. Even if it means more raccoons. It's like some years my channel's very froggy, and some years my channel's very raccoony, apparently. And so that's just where we are this year. How's this poll going? Let's close this off. Oh, okay. Alright, so the purple menaces are here. You reckon number 2 is Flaffy? Are we looking at the same colours? Okay, anyway, number 2 just won the vote with 34%. Number 3 came second at 26%. Then came number 4 at 25%. And number 1 at 15%. Guys, you guys are odd. You make odd choices. Like, don't get me wrong, I love and support you. But you make some odd choices. The purple... Oh, I suppose the purple I should have seen coming. Yeah, day 4 is absolutely a lot more doable. Though it still took like 5 hours to film the pattern. All right, well, let's reveal who you have chosen first. And honestly, it's the one that's kind of the biggest reach of this theme. So who do we reckon it is? To be fair, you've prepped Flaffy. Is Flaffy's not pink? I'm so confused. Oh, sorry, it is purple, but it's a pinky purple. Yeah, no, okay. Oh, well, that's just not how that works. I'm just vanishing it into another vortex. All right, how's this? Okay, cool. You guys have picked Granbull because there's bull in the name and we're on a farm. Someone explain the whole Flaffy thing. Flaffy is pink? Oh, okay. I might be getting confused between Mareep and Flaffy. Just to clarify, this menace did not vote 2. The possible cow at 4 was too tempting. It's just like, you guys, I've got actual farm animals on this screen and you've managed to pick the one that was just a pun. Okay, but Granbull will be our 39th Pokemon from this generation. Yeah. Oh, we probably don't need that mini player anymore. Oh, I probably could have put that bigger on screen for you. Sorry, guys. Anywho. And we need a sprite. I hope you're not disappointed that it's not the sheep. So we have actually made Snubble before, but we haven't made Granbull. Oh, hello. You're seeing the edge of my desk. I don't like that. I like to maintain the illusion I do not have feet. Picking the pun does seem on brand for this group, though it's impressive that you managed to pick it without even knowing it was there. Yeah, Grand Bull could also be like the farm dog. You know what I mean? He's there to keep the sheep in line, maybe. Maybe? Anywho. I like the hasty caption from Loot in the Discord of just like, this is Flaffy. We're not making Flaffy right now. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for my reference images. So this guy's kind of a tricky one. Because he's got layers. And I'm not the biggest fan of the layers. Also, I have it on good authority from the comments section of that particular video that I did Snubble a little bit dirty and people weren't super happy with how he turned out. Or I think that particular Snubble was she. It's like, yeah, so I don't know, this is kind of a nerve-wracking place to start today. But we will do our best the way we always do. Why am I drawing your face on, mate? I should just do your mouth shut. What shape would we call that? Oh, I hate this. I hate everything about this. I kind of just want to like turn the page and not look at it. What is the theme? Today we are at the farm. Cake. Everybody loves cake. You think he's simpler than Snubble? Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna just start this again. I don't like what I'm doing here. I would like to pay more attention to side views, I think. The moving ones are a little bit too distracting. I'm gonna scroll back up. Because like his head isn't actually round. He's very Goomba-y. Forgive me while I just help myself out here for a second. Transform. Flip. There we go. For some reason he makes more sense to me facing this way. Can't draw him there. That's below the sprite. Can just move the sprite. Let's just cover up our mistakes. It's got that Stan Smith jaw going on. There we go. But yeah, no, I'm really glad that you guys liked this week's video. I feel like it's a video that is like such potential. I feel like it's like I worked really hard on it. I just feel like it's such a good idea. Not to toot my own horn or anything. I feel like it was such a good idea. And so like, everybody should watch that video. And like, I don't normally feel that way about my stuff. I'm just like, this one here felt like, no, this one's good enough. People should watch this one. He is Goomba-y. Yeah, his ears are very flappy. They're kind of conical. Oh, and he's got like a little... I don't want to get demonetized, but there's a name for a piece of clothing that kind of just covers the chest like that. But it's also kind of an anatomical name, and I never know if YouTube's okay with that. So... Okay, then he's kind of like a melted candle. Aren't we all? He's got feet. Man, Pokemon sprites love to use this like one leg to the side, one leg like crunched forward pose. I know, because I feel like I have to draw it every single week. Is his tail just a tail? Because what a good boy. And he has hoedown arms. But does he have beans? That's the real question here. Are there beans? I'm gonna have to make him in the same lilac I make everybody in, which is gonna Be annoying because I do think he's meant to be... No, actually my lilac might be right on... Oh, we've got armbands. Can't forget the armbands. Any other details I've forgotten here? No. No, I'm looking at him. Those are the details. All right. Trying to make safety eyes work. Let's see how we go. And I haven't done a great many dogs on the channel. I've done slightly more now. Because we've done... Oh, golly, I flubbed that ear right from the get-go. Yeah, slightly more dogs now. Because we've done the little pug earlier this year, and we did... Was it Houndour? Yeah, because we haven't done Houndoom. Because Houndoom is currently my nemesis. As far as you guys know. Okay. Use a little pause for effect. Okay, we have toe beans confirmed. Just one on each foot. Doesn't appear to have any on the hands though, so that's good to know. Foot pads confirmed. Excellent. Don't forget the Bell Beast. Yes, I have reached out to Team Cherry about the Bell Beast because the cries for the pattern are getting louder. And I am extremely vulnerable to peer pressure. So I've reached out. If I don't hear back, I'll abide by my, you know, the pattern's not being released rule. But if I hear back, I will update y'all. I just want to confirm what is and isn't allowed. And again, if I don't hear, I don't hear. So rolling back up to my reference images. Yeah, the Bell Beast from the Hollow Knights video from a few weeks back. He was like a little bug puppy type thing. Very unexpected, toe beans? It's a dog. He just has like... Those are just on the feet. Okay, so now the real question comes to how do I want to do this? Alright, cool. I'm going to be enacting Venusaur principle. It's a method of building I've been using a lot more often recently on this channel. So we'll build the head like a cap. I will try and include the nose in it, like the top part of the snout. And it's going to be literally just built like a lid. A squarish lid, funnily enough, because he's kind of square. Then the body part, the teeth I might even just separate out and do as a different thing. But his body like a baked potato. It's like this little bulb shape. If I can get away with it, I'll build the little neck piece in. Depends on how my rows are lining up. I'm not going to pretend to see the future there. But ideally I'll be able to build the bottom jaw, or at least the base of the bottom jaw, into this. Like that. And then from on top, I'll just keep going this way. It'll be like this, and then like you'll be able to see the purple around the outside, and then down into the neck. So that's just the top-down view, and we'll create a couple of teeth, sew them to the outside of the jaw. Good. The ears are just little flaps, so we'll probably just create them like, yeah. Though I could just start with the chain and work them up that way. I'll decide on the fly. And the arms and legs are simple enough that I don't even need to draw them. It's this body piece we kind of have to wrap our minds around a little bit. On with the show. Okay, so he needs... It's weird. For Gen 1, they did a lot of pink inside the mouths. For Gen 2, they're doing a lot of like orangey, corally, pinky colours. And so like they're a little bit more on the red side. Hi, Kim Pokey Trainer. Jackie Medan, you should pet that cat. It's a good cat. That cat is having fun. It is creating its own fun. It is entertaining itself. Perfect. Will I do a bow for Granbull like Snubble? Well, Snubble had a bow. Didn't Snubble have a bow? You've never liked these ones, fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to sew on the teeth, don't you worry about that. Alright, we need colours now. So I'll pull out yellow and I'll pull out black, just because I've got them in my work bin from last week. I'll pull out a tortoise. Always good to have a companion tortoise. You, mate, are kind of in the way. Let's see if we can chuck you up there. Flip. There we go. Or maybe you can, like, guard down here. Rawr. No, you can stay up there. There's no brown. There's no... Yeah, cool. The only other colour we need is the purple. And there are only 2 options in purple. We have this one, which I think is too blue. And I know I'm correct. And I have my other one, but it's in the bucket somewhere. So bear with me, please. Oh, this one might be too sad. No, this one's clearly correct. So that's... There was just an obvious answer here. Yeah, Gramble's a fairy type. His big teeth are purple. Well, they might not be teeth. They might be... I can't think of anything that should protrude like that and be flesh colored that I can talk about. But yeah, okay, we're going to use purple. Oh, and then I forgot the inside of the mouth. Now, for Maril, I used this orange for the ears, but I think that's too intense for this particular instance. I'm just throwing yarn everywhere at this point, looking for the colour I am looking for. Oh, come on! Of course there's more grey in there. Mutter, mutter. Oh, that... I mean, it's a bit more berry, but it could work. I could just use antique rose like I use for everyone. This is like my universal colour for inside mouths. Yeah, that looks pretty close. Yeah, let's go with tusks. You don't like these doggos? I'll try and make a cute version. I feel like Snubble was fine. I'll dig her out. Yeah, I've just made eye contact with her. Cool. I'll dig her out when I go on break. If I remember. Someone's gonna probably need to remind me about that. So we'll start inside the mouth. This is Granbull. Yeah, cool. Hook. I am an organised professional. Just I was working on projects in the other room till late last night, and so all of my stuff is still in its project bin because I am relatively organised. I try and keep everything in, like, at the end of each stream I pack up a plastic tub with, like, the Pokemon that I'm working on and the colours I need to finish them, and then that tub kind of gets dragged from room to room. You know, I feel like that's not unreasonable. You accidentally got sucked into Digimon's Cyber Sleuth. Your dog has been eagerly watching commercials for wine. It's like, this is what the humans do. You've been out fishing all day. Interesting variety of activities. Oh, Night Art of Alos, and also, welcome back to the replay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we're going to do 6. And that is how we are starting off the tongue of our little gent here. Hi, Hooked by Blair. Bobopedia says purplish pink. Okay. And we'll go up to 12, and then we'll give it its square shape. I'm going to do my best not to megapod him too much. Because if we megapod him too much, he becomes the whole story of today. And yeah, I just don't think that's a great deal of fun. Yo, I'm racking my brain trying to think of a single thing I did this week. I mean, my new shirts are available. They're not linked to this channel, but they're linked to Complicated Knots. This one here and the Trust the Process shirt are both out there in the wild. I will be releasing a poster for the Gen 1 Pokemon soon. I just got to actually finish that off. And I was trying to hold one back until the other, but then I realized that my purple shirt like featured so prominently in the last couple of videos. I'm just like, I need to just make that available if I'm going to do it. So those are out there in the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And other than that, I've just been trying really hard to get structure back into place. Because like, okay, about 4 weeks ago, I was just like, I'm doing it again. I'm creating a new structure. And guys, it's been working really well. It's been doing really good things for me. I'm way less stressed. And like when I have a 2-hour window open up, I'm not like trying to work out what to do. I just go to the next thing on I have a massive Trello board that plans my whole, like, technically the whole year is on there, but I only really focus on the 2 months coming up. And so I've already filmed the next Soul Silver episode. There's just the gameplay, but I've filmed it, and so I know who I need to make. There's no spoilers in the room yet. I managed to get this raccoon video done, even though it took 5 days of filming, because I really did do each one on a separate day. Even though technically the first 3 could have been collapsed down. I just looked over and said I don't have to, and saw I don't have to light the tapestry on fire. What is happening in the chat right now? Notatia, thank you so much for buying one. And also I saw your message, and I saw a lot of sweet messages from people on there. It's just, it doesn't let me directly respond, but people say the nicest things. And it's just like, I go there when I'm feeling a little down, and I just like read the little comments people have left in the shop, and I'm just like, oh. I do not wish to comment on how the Soul Silver went, because I fear I cannot without giving away things I'm not yet ready to give away. So but it's done. It's filmed. I've also filmed the day 4 raccoon pattern for you guys, but that's not going to be out for a couple of months. I have kind of a monster adjacent video coming out next, I think. I'd really like to get the 151 Pokemon video done, but I can't seem to sit down and focus on it. I'm going to try and start making time. How many times have I said that now? Like 50? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. The 151 Pokemon video will either be out this week or next week. I'm stating my intention now. I'm going to film something for this week just in case. And then I'm going to work on it. And then if it doesn't get done, it'll be next week. But if it's not done by next week, it's going to be a 10-minute video where I show the Pokédex, hold each up to the screen and say, there, we're done. But I'd like it to tell a little bit more of the story than that. Yeah. I'm kind of off screen. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with the angle on it a little bit. Okay, how's that? As long as you don't mind seeing like the edge of my light, that should be okay. Did I evolve Crisis the Togetic? I did not. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'm giving away spoilers. Feel like you're not saying anything about the Soul Silver run. Satch says a lot about how it's going. CK, you're busy enough. Leave time alone to try to make time. It'll end the world. Look, okay, I am just somebody who likes to be busy. Well, I don't know if I like it. I just know that I have to be busy. And I'm sure there are people in the chat that can relate to that sentiment. It's just like, it's how I provide value to the world. It's like I have the capacity to be very, very busy. Put on the original Pokerap while I work on it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, I know about the shiny stone thing. I have reason to believe that it wasn't going to work anyway, just because no other items triggered things that way. It was just pretty much, and actually, you know what? I have at this point, because I waited until after I had finished the gameplay. No, I can't talk about that. Sorry. Can't do it. But guys, the raccoons are done. You've got to stop listening to the Belgariad and falling asleep. You're having dreams of crystal roses. No, wait, that's not the Belgariad. That's the Diamond Throne. In any case, David Eddings. Do recommend. You're rewatching the first stream this week. It's so funny to compare it to now. Yeah, I know, it's a trip, isn't it? Because that was like, what, 2-3 years ago? And I haven't written down a single note. Not one note. What? I don't have to be busy, I say as I just come off a huge declutter organized journey this past week. Yeah. For me, I have to just be busy doing something. Like, I'll take a break from working just to, like, clean the kitchen. And then I'll go back to work, or I'll do some laundry. And then, like, it gets to the end of the night and I steal a couple of hours and play some Pokemon Snap or something. But that can only happen after all reasonably productive. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's fine. The fact that I squashed the tiny raccoon with the giant one is amazing. That is a whole other story as well. Like, I ended up cutting it, but it was just so funny to me that the clip of the big one landing on the little one ended up in the video. Because I didn't realize that was even there. That, like, I didn't leave that in on purpose, because I cut the second half of that story where I had lost the little one when I was trying to stack them up on one another to show that they stack, because that's important. And, like, there's this moment of just me looking everywhere for it, and then I spot him underneath, and so I reach in, I pull out, I was like, congratulations, it's a boy. And it was like a whole thing, and it would have been really funny to have included the punchline with the setup, but I didn't realize that I caught the setup on camera until you guys started pointing it out. I don't have to be busy, I just have severe guilt-laden meltdowns if I'm not running myself into the ground. Oops, lol. Yeah, I'm a little on that side of things. For me, it's specifically, if I spend what could have been a productive hour being unproductive, and then later I really desperately need another productive hour because I'm really bad about overscheduling myself, I feel the guilt for having wasted said hour. Mr. Bones, however, is a very good influence on me. And I am more productive if I do take unproductive time. So yeah. Hi, devil in the details. You're too tired and depressed to have that mindset, but you still do nibble, Drake. No. Just remember that you are someone you care about and treat yourself appropriately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've been live not long, Confused Paladin. Like 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I remember watching the raccoon video and thinking that's about the size of the giant raccoon I saw was trying to get to when I saw that final iteration of the pattern. Yeah, somebody looked it up for me, and in fact, several people have looked it up for me. And yeah, my giant raccoon is larger than the average raccoon. We have confirmed that at least. Get out of there. I'm not the only one. Angry Bear will have to get mad at you to get you to take care of yourself because the bipolar will beat you into the ground. Oh no. I find structure is my friend. If I've scheduled time to stress about something later, then I do not have to stress about all of the things now. You can schedule these things. You can schedule your breakdowns. It's fine. Find something that you like to do that helps you relax. It can still give the illusion of something productive. I don't know. For me, it turns into like cleaning areas of the house because I can do them mindlessly. But I don't know. A lot of the stuff that I do to relax is also potential content. And so it's kind of just a little bit more complicated than that. You had to get after her for not remembering to eat. See, like that's what couples are. Couples are the one who forgets to eat or hydrate and the one who brings them food and beverages. And I know which one I am. To be fair, I do think that this is the size of a dog already. It's 80 centimeters from nose to the tip of the tail. If we'd made it to day 6, which again, I have to reiterate, could not have happened in a 24-hour window. I had someone in the comments section literally be like, oh, you could just take shorter breaks and then we reckon you could do it. I'm just like, No! It's comfortably a 52-hour project, which means it's uncomfortably at least a 48-hour project. That's just not how that works. But though I do appreciate the belief in me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Cool. 18. What? That is not at all the number I thought I was working with. No. But like day 6 would have ended up 1.6 meters from nose to the tip of the tail. And by the time, I did the math, and by the time we reached day 12, it was going to be like 6 kilometers long. Yeah, Mr. Bones is home. He's here. He's very good at keeping me hydrated. And he cooks me dinner every night. Sorry, I have to revise a note from earlier on because I've mucked up the numbers. They were not at all what we were expecting. Not at all. I must have done that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that's better. And that would have been 18 around, and then this was 18. I can look that up in freedom units if you need. Hold, please. Length. Do you want the 6 kilometers thing? Or the size of the one currently in my room? Because the one currently in my... Okay. Because the one currently sitting next to me is 31.5 inches, but Mr. Bones is going to do the rest of the conversions for us. Yeah. The day 6 prediction, okay, so that would be double that, so 63 inches? Yeah. I don't think we just go around. Oh, I hope Ollie's okay. Poor little feral. The 4 milk jugs in freedom units. That's what I mean. He's not a small raccoon. Because I stuffed him at least 2/3 with beans, he's not as heavy as he looks. Whereas like if I tried to stuff that with just stuffing, he would have ended up extremely heavy. Yeah, I'd say he's bigger than the average cat. He's a big boy. Freedom unit is anything America uses to judge size by. Whereas the rest of the world uses metric. Oh, honey, do you want to bring me in a banana for scale? Wait for that to filter through. I haven't tried putting him in a trench coat yet. Alright, cool. Thank you. Here is the raccoon. He does not fit on the top-down view. This is a banana for scale. It's a banana destined for banana bread. That's why it's looking a little bit banana-y. But, like, this is not a trick of the camera. He is big. Thank you. You can take the banana back. He needs his own chair.
Do you want to put him in the stuffing bin?
Oh, no, he lives in the stuffing bin. The stuffing bin is just the right size for him. Currently he's sitting on a chair because I figured I'd grab him a lot this stream. Yeah, he's big. And I hear tell that our very own Nerdateer Master might be trying to make him with giant bulky yarn at the moment. And I am very interested in updates on that, though I wish to express the fact that anybody who's trying such a thing is doing so against the recommendations of the channel, and I caution you all to take it very slow. Have I named him yet? No. No, he does not have a name. Yeah, Benjamin has a permanent resident, exactly. I'd say he's the size of an average beach ball. Not a small beach ball. I mean, how are we doing the underside of your jaw? Am I tucking it in yet, or am I going around again? How present is it? No, I think we're pulling it in. Day 5 raccoon is 0.74% of a football field. I'm telling you, anything but metric. Oh, I suppose that's technically the front of the jaw. I got to remember that. So I think we'll do 2, and then we'll suck that jaw in. 2, suck the jaw in, and then we should just be able to stitch around. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should be just 8 stitches back to the start. How many watermelons long? I'd say about 1.5 to 2. Depends on if you're talking about the round ones or the long ones. Speaking of beans, because you've just suggested we name him Benjamin, I still have just like a lot of the Danger static beans. I don't want to pull it all the way out in case it pops open, because there's a tiny little bull clip holding it together right now. I'm sorry, I'm going to just be required to come up with some more giant beanbag sized projects in the very near future to get them out of my house, or at least properly incorporated into my house. Somebody was saying that I should have put a bag inside the raccoon to contain the beans, and I'm taking that under advisement. I do not think it would have helped in his particular instance, but if I was making like a straight up beanbag, noted. Thank you for the advice, friend. You wish to add squirrel and goat to the list? Squirrel was already on the list. Goat, I can be convinced. I don't know. I want to sit down and just really break it down. And I want to make sure that I'm getting a really fun cross-section of creatures for that. Excuse me. The 12 days of crochet. Because I'm going to tell you guys, I'm pretty locked in on the Mischief Gang. I wasn't when we were first talking about it a few weeks ago now. But since I saw what our day 2 raccoon looks like, and he will not be appearing on camera again until the 12 days of crochet to try and build up a little bit more impact. He'll probably be day 1. Yeah. I'm pretty locked in on them at this point, just because I can see so clearly how I would make certain ones of them. I don't know if Snubble has a name, actually. Let me have a look real quick for you. Okay, so it's number 209. Snubble is named Fruit Snack, because Snubble had the great misfortune of coming up in the Gen 2 Catch and Stitch video. And that means that Snubble was named after something in a lunchbox, and it made very little sense, because I panicked a lot. We ended up with all kinds of really terrible names from that particular episode. Alright, I think I pull that jaw in again. But it's doing okay. We're doing alright. I feel like my voice is very high today. That's alright though. We'll get over it. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Goose. Goose is on the list. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but be aware if we choose to talk about this subject, then this stream becomes a little bit spoilery for people who don't want any idea. You know? That said, knowing that it's Mischief Gang isn't itself a spoiler, because I've decided it's not. I'll just announce the theme right from the get-go. And maybe the clues can be the kind of mischief that I think this particular creature would get up to. I think it creates a lot of fun photography opportunities for you guys, because last year you guys went really, like, not crazy, but like crazy in a good way, with your photos and your group shots, and particularly your snails. But like, I feel like calling it the Mischief Gang is going to inspire some really fun photos from you guys, and it's like my favorite part. I put like a month of nothing but like work and sleep into this series just so that I get to see your photos and what comes out of them at the end. Oh, Nibble Drake. Yeah, go to bed. Have a big drink of water first if you can. Particularly if you've had a big day. And you'll hopefully feel a bit better in the morning. I'm just going to do the bandana as a separate piece, I think. The angle we're coming at it from is a little bit odd. I do want to make sure that no, we do need to flare straight back out. I think we'll go increase there, increase there. Sorry, that has to have been nonsensical. But it's going to get us back up to 12 stitches anyway. Okay, current name list for Granbull is Cruncher and Roll Up. People want cows. Cows can be fun. I used to hand rear them. Don't get me wrong, you end up with bruises in weird places. Particularly the little baby ones. They end up giving hickeys to the backs of your knees. It's just part of it. But they're endearing little guys, and they're quite intelligent, and they do love a good scritch, and they love a good play, but they do end up being like once they're hand reared, they're fine, but if they're not hand reared, they're really dangerous because they're like a single ton animal. No crowns today. I haven't turned them off. They just haven't factored in yet. Yep, Mr. Burns is back. He wasn't gone for long. We didn't mean to startle you with his absence. But our schedules just did not quite line up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, hang on. I saw a question I need to answer. Hold on. Up we go. Maybe a dumb question, but what are the dates for the 12 days of crochet? The 12 days of crochet are always the first days in December. 1 year it was just the first 7 days, though we've done 3 now. So 2 of them have been the 12 days of crochet and 1 of them has been the 7 days of crochet. I'm thinking we'll do 12 again this year just because it lines up really nicely with where the Fridays fall, but it does mean we won't be streaming that week. In fact, by default, we won't be streaming that week, and then if I have all of my work done miraculously and I feel like it, I'll let you guys know because I don't plan to punish myself that badly. It's just, there's a difference between like work and like work, but also I might just be really tired at that point. It's alright, I missed him in the streams as well. I missed him in the house. I missed him all over the place. Stuff. Okay, we're at 12. I think we have a nice pronounced lower jaw and a nice little stub of a body happening. I do think we need to expand upon our shores here. I'm tempted to just go, I should do 3s. I was going to do 2s, but I think 3s will work a little bit better. If we're 12 around, it should be 1, 2, I want the increase there, 3, 1, 2, increase there, 1, 2, increase there. That's a little crooked. 1 over should be perfect. I never trust when it comes out a little too perfectly. Like in this case, it's coming out perfectly at 3 repeats of 3 single crochet and then an increase. I'm just like, that's just the default line with no rotation to it. Am I sure that that's correct? But in this case, yeah, it looks right. That's how it lines up the best. Oh, night Ditto. Thank you for hanging out. We appreciate your company. I am familiar with Granny Smiths. They are green and very sour, but quite tasty for what they are. They're a way more solid apple. Yeah, one of them is called Juice Box already. I think it was Lantern. Like I said, that particular episode produced a lot of names that make very little sense in the overall context. So yeah, no, Juice Box has already been used, I'm sorry. Juice Box is a great name. It is, but it has already been taken. Yeah, Juice Box confirmed as, oh, Noctowl. Noctowl was the Juice Box. I'm telling you, they didn't make a lot of sense. Just growing out the belly. Not a Dungeon Crawler Carl reference at the time. Dungeon Crawler Carl didn't exist yet. In my world, anyway. I believe he started writing it in 2020. And, I wouldn't have found it until a year or two after that. This channel's been around for 5 years. That means that if someone started watching me right back when I was a wee itty bitty little baby channel, they could have gone from like 13 to 18. That's all of high school. I'm basically a parent. Hi, Andy. He does write fast. He's slowed down recently, though I did recently back... Okay, I'm guilty of this. I never back anything, but for his stuff, I just can't help myself. There's a graphic novel coming out in the Dungeon Crawler Carl universe called Crocodile. It's being backed on BackerKit at the moment. We fully funded it in the first, 2 minutes. Not even. But, last I looked, it was at, $1.3 million funded of the $50,000 that they wanted. And I'm getting the graphic novel as well. So I'm going to add that to my bookshelf of stuff. And, I guess I'm just a collector now. But the problem with him being, I love that he's successful and getting his due, and all of the things going on are good, wonderful things, and that is fantastic. I wish they weren't so distracting, because he has another book that's come out in the meantime, Operation Bounce House. It's just I wish it wasn't also distracting, because when that man is on pace, he gets 2 books out a year. Oh, he's on book 3 now? Okay. Yeah, I'm a little tilted that it's not out yet. I mean, it's due out in, February or March next year, and then I'm going to be, I'll read it, and then I'll have to wait for the audiobook, which will be out. Don't get me wrong, Jeff Hayes does an amazing job getting them straight out. But it's hard to be so happy for someone else's success, but so disgruntled at the same time that it means that it's taking it longer to come out. He's also confirmed that there's going to be 10 books, so I really should just, enjoy the ride a little more, because if book 8's about to come out early next year, he'll probably get book 9 and 10 out within 18 months of that, would be my guess, because he says he's going to focus. But with television shows and webcomics and graphic novels and backer kits and special editions and all of those book plates to sign and all of the conventions that he's doing, I can't see how he's getting writing done. It's just the dude just works, man. Sorry, I'm going to focus. Please excuse my rant. That was about Matt Dinneman's Dungeon Crawler Carl. If you have not read it, read it. That's my official formal recommendation. And we'll go one size larger, and then that will be his size. Which is unfortunately a very awkward 21 stitches. You just started 7? Okay. You want to make him the police officer? That's an excellent reminder, Bipendra, that there are a lot of dog Pokemon out there. So any kind of really strong generic dog names, possibly not the best fit for Granville. Possibly there's the Stoutland line, there's the Lillipup line, there's oh goodness, what's his name? Is it Graveyard, something like that? Devil in the details. It's amazing how much writing you can get done in one point. Yeah, that's true. But I think it's also important to acknowledge it depends on... I feel like sometimes with writers, the story's in them already. They already know the story, and it just takes some time to put it down into a physical medium or a digital medium. Whereas, then there's also the kind of writing where you are carving the story as you go, and that is allowed to take you longer. And like that definitely takes more creative energy, because the creative energy of the person who already has the story that they're just writing down, they've already put that creative energy in. It's not happening at the time of writing. It's just they've done it during like a million cups of coffee, a million days moving boxes, and you know what I mean? So like there are different types. And both are legitimate, and both are hard work. And Yampa and Fido, yep. Your first recorded project from me was the love bug in early 2023. Wow. Yeah. Wow. I'm starting to feel old. It's like, honestly, watching back those early streams, I didn't have my white streak yet, because like I have quite a pronounced like white silver. Like I like it. I'm trying to grow it out, but like I have quite pronounced white streaks in my hair now, and I'm just like, oh, we aged quite quickly in those last 3 or 4 years, didn't we? Mass Chief, that might be the one I'm thinking of. And Furfro, yeah, exactly. Lots and lots of dog Pokemon coming down the line, so I'm probably going to discourage something like Rex or Rover. As we get further through the Pokemon, I will probably be a little bit, like, don't get me wrong, you can still overrule me, but I'll probably be a little bit more open to those sorts of names. No, Devil, no one thinks... Wow, I probably should come up with a different nickname for you. Yeah, no, nobody thinks you were disparaging writers. I always wanted to be one. But I don't think I have a story in me, and that's okay. I do enjoy reading, though. Okay, current name list is Cruncher, Roll-Up, Lunchable, and Mass Chief. We can't... Nah, nix Mass Chief, because, that's already a Pokemon name.
I didn't realise that was a Pokemon name. I was thinking, that's a really good pun. I like that.
Yeah.
Also, you know how you want to save the other names for other dogs?
Yes.
We can do that, but you have to look at him and say, you are a bad dog and you don't get the good dog names.
No, that's not what's happening here at all.
It sounds like that's what's happening.
No, I'm going to remind you that we have a whole pack of dogs to name, and so if there is a name that suits this guy specifically, he deserves a unique and tailored name for him.
Like Rex.
You take your emotional damage and get out. See, you all wanted him back, and this is what he does. My hair might have aged, but my face is young. Yeah, I've looked this age since I was 18. I looked old then, and I've kind of just caught up with it. No, it's fine. I think aging is a victory and a privilege. I went to uni for 6 years for a creative writing degree that you still have not used to pull the story out of your brain. Ooh, that's... That's rough. That's rough. You have too many stories you try to write, but it doesn't work very well very often. I think that we've kind of just landed back on the difference between natural talent and learned skills. Like, the best example I have for me is crochet. Crochet was not a natural talent of mine. Crochet is very much a learned skill. Maybe writing is that for some of you guys. Potentially, maybe. I don't want to be condescending or anything like that. But if you blocked out 30 minutes for every day, and like all you were allowed to do was write, even if you had to just write the same 3 words over and over again because it's all you could think of, but you have to just keep making noises with the keyboard the whole time, eventually you'll train the reflex. And I can't judge the quality of the story that would happen, but it definitely increases the chances of a story happening. It'll come out eventually. Oh, good. 20,000 words is a really solid start. Guess it's all about just finding out what motivates you. Like, I am someone who's very happy in my house. I've talked about this before. I'm very happy at home. I don't feel the need to like go places and do things, while at the same time acknowledging it's a good thing to go places and do things. So I know that I'm very motivated by the approval of authority, and I'm very motivated by stickers. So I have a gold star chart on my door leading to the outside world, and every time I leave the house I get a gold star. It's simple, it's stupid, but if an idea is simple and stupid but it works, those are the best ones. Yeah, NaNoWriMo isn't a thing anymore though. I can't remember why it closed down, but it's definitely gone. Yeah, you have a third of the first draft. Absolutely. And don't get caught up in like editing and editing and editing. Just like bash that thing out. But the best advice I ever heard as a non-writer who fancies herself as someone who may potentially write something one day, maybe, I don't know, is just like write the story down as you think of it and then go back and write down like you knew what was going to happen the whole time. So like that's the second draft. The second draft is going back and establishing all the nonsense. Well, not the nonsense, all of those cool little details that people will notice. It closed due to some internal implosion and them support. Oh, wow, okay. The use of generative AI. Ugh, hate it. Hate it so much. Anyway. You're a fanfic writer personally? I'll post approximately 10%. Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm not adding to my lore right now. I'm not. Let's just say I dabbled in the fanfic world once upon a time. Don't remember the login. Don't remember the username. It's gone now. There is no resurrecting it. So I'm safe from the online peer pressure. Stopped participating in NaNoWriMo because they were allowing the use of AI. Yeah. Darcy, that's a really prolific fanfic to be over 50,000 words. And we're seeing it a lot these days of fanfic writers who make the leap into like mainstream. Like there was Cassandra Clare. I don't know if you guys know that she started out as a fanfic author for Harry Potter, which isn't an IP that we talk about much here. There's E.L. is it James or something? Whoever wrote the 50 Shades of something. 50 Shades of Grey. I know what it is. I'm just trying to distance myself from it because I haven't read them and I don't want to make comment on something I haven't read. But I believe it started out as a fanfic of Twilight. And then there's another one coming out. It was a fanfic called Manacled, which is very dark, but gripping stuff. Yeah. And so like fanfic is just you training those muscles. Fan fiction is basically what I'm doing here now with crochet. I'm freeing myself of the burden of coming up with the ideas. I'm training the muscles on the shaping, and it has been improving my crochet in other areas. So like absolutely a legitimate thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're going to start running marathons, nobody expects you to plan nobody expects you to like pave the road first. You run on existing roads. Just you don't claim the roads were yours in the first place, but yeah. Is that tall enough for you, mate? I think it might be. I know he's looking a little bottlenecked, but his arms will bulk this right out, and so will the bandana, so I deliberately went a little pencil with it. Yeah, I think that's as tall as you get. Yeah, and you managed to get sunburned even though you put on sunscreen. Oh. Woo! Changing lives over here. Yes, Angry Bear, Ironworks fanfiction is training. Do it. Because it's like using the tools someone else has built. Like you take their characters and their settings and you practice. You're at 182 stories posted. My goodness. Well, there we go. You are deep into your training already. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll just finish this off. So far, with this gen, I have to say, I'm pretty pleased with all of the ones that we've made. I might actually even just chuck the Pokédex up on the screen. Hold on. Cool. The Grand Bull is... There we are. Like, I'm pretty happy with how most of them have turned out so far, but I'm low-key toying with the concept of when Hoppip comes up, redoing Skiploom and Jumploff because I hate them. I hate how those two are looking, how they've turned out. about a third again as big as they should be. I feel like they should be made smaller and cuter, and they are bothering me in this otherwise really solid lineup so far. So yeah, no, all the others are looking pretty spot on, maybe with the added distinction of the evolutions, but I have a pre-established problem with them that we're already aware of. Noctow's a little wobbly, but I can forgive it, whereas like Skiploom and Jumpluff are kind of bothering me right now. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. I'm going to turn that off again now. Just turned it back on, turned it on to complain about them. Oh, night Nibbles. See you in the replay. Stuffing. You want their redos? Okay, good. Because, like, first off, like, Jumpluff should, like, the big white pollen balls should be fuzzy. They should be fluffy. Then, like, I know I could just go in and brush them now, but it's just not the same. And also he has creepy little red eyes, and I hate that choice. Whereas, like, in Gen 1, don't get me wrong, I feel the same way about some of the Gen 1 Pokemon that we made. However, for this gen, they're already mostly looking so good that I kind of just want to go back and make them all, like elevate them. There we go. Alright, we have finished the base of our Granbull. And I'm going to do something a little odd, and I'm going to do arms and legs next, and we're going to do the head last. We want to redo Skiploom and Jumpluff. In fact, there is potential that at some point during one of these streams, I'm going to declare the thing. Oh, geez, I'm creeping off screen again. Sorry, it's the camera twisting. It's just going to slowly move for a little bit. The theme will be like time machine, and I'll include any Pokemon we've already made, or I'll include Pokemon we've already made that I would like to go back and redo. So there is an option for that. I potentially will work from the base, but I do think that Skiploom and Jumpluff ended up too big. I think that they need, it's kind of like with the whole Smoochum thing. I made a really big one on stream, and then like off camera I decided to go back and make them smaller. And unfortunately, I was really pleased with how that whole thing worked out. So now I'm like, Skiploom and Jumpluff really could use another pass. Hey, that's amazing, Darcy. You're international. So there you go. You're definitely doing something right. But you probably already knew that. Plus, I just think it's important to have a creative outlet, even if you are not great at it. I believe you are great at it, you specifically. But like, you don't have to be good at something in order for it to be good for you. Cool. I've sent you all on side quests now to go and seek out the fanfic you wrote over the last however many years. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're making either arms or legs next. I'm going to see how this tube turns out. Okay, he needs wristbands for his arms, which we might just be able to stitch in. We might just be able to sew on. How thick are they meant to be? Relatively, I think. Well, you're just hunkering down there now, aren't you, bud? Let's go put you up there. We're all tangled up. I got distracted by all you lovely people. Look, everybody's cringy as a teenager. The important thing is to let teenagers be cringy. Let teenagers have their stuff. If there's teenagers in the chat, do not identify yourselves, please, for the sake of digital safety. Digital safety first. Do not want to know. But no, if you happen to be watching this, you're allowed to... Who cares if other people find you cringy? The stuff that makes you cringe in high school is the stuff that makes you interesting as an adult. It makes you fun at parties. It gives you stories. It gives you stuff to, like, in your 30s to look back on and be like, oh my gosh, look how cringy I was, and you will smile about it. You will. The last fan fiction you wrote was 20 years ago or more, before episodes 1, 2, and 3 of Star Wars. Huh. I think I forgot to put the hand brace on. I think it's meant to be before this point. Two, 3, 4, 5. And this would be my color change. Okay. Arms. We're going to magic ring 6. We're going to work 6. Going to change to black and work in the back loops only for 6. Then we're going to change back to purple and work in the back loops only for 6. You loved colouring flowers as a teen and now you're a florist. See, that's wonderful. Oh, honey, it's fine if you haven't written anything recently. You've been doing other things. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, like... What's wrong?
Could I make a request? Because it's annoying me.
Sure.
Could you draw one line on the inside of the ear?
It doesn't go there.
Yeah, because it's curved over.
Yeah, I know, but I flubbed the curve of it, so I just sort of left it.
Thank you.
Does that help?
That helps a lot. Thank you.
Takun and you have a clothespin frame with a ton of pictures from the 10 years you've been together, and the first many are tiny little baby emo teens. It's so cringe, but I love it. Yeah, see, I didn't meet Mr. Bones until we were in our late 20s. So much wasted time. But we have, like, photos of us from early in our relationship. Like, my walls are magnetized, okay? But the apartment I live in has like steel frames, and so like I can stick magnets to many, like the door frames, the window frames, the walls, and some of the cabinet, all of the metal cabinets. And so like I just like magnet up photos in places along the walls. Yeah, I got a whole bunch printed out at one point, and I was just like, it's been a while since I've updated them, and I should. But yeah, I also like having like photos of us up everywhere. Yeah, your door is metal and you've been having a good time like magneting stuff to it. It's just like when the moment I discovered, because like I've got one stuck, you can see a magnet right there stuck to my window frame. And it's just like, it turns out that like my house has metal frames in it. And so I can just stick magnets to a lot of really convenient places. It's great. Bunny Badger and you met each other when you were 13 and she thought you were gross. And she was right. No, see, that's adorable. I love that for you. It is fun. I have my fun. Like, it's funny that I lived here for like 7 years before I worked it out. Yeah, find all of the randomly magnetic places. It'll be fun. Okay, and now we'll just do a regular round of single crochet. Oh. She was your older sister's best friend. Yeah. Put magnets in my crochet and stick them to my walls. I could, however, I also live in a place that collects a significant amount of dust, and Mr. Bones and I are both asthmatic, and so that's not a good thing. So I have to be careful Like, I've obviously got my big wall of it at the back here, but this is the room that is most insulated from the main dust thoroughfare. Like, as in, like, literally I can dust my house completely, and within 2 days it's like caked on thick again. So I try not to have too much fabric-y based stuff that I can't just like chuck in a washing machine to dust it out in the main living area. But otherwise, yeah, I could totally just like crochet all over the walls. In fact, attaching magnets to those canvases and just like sticking them up in places, that has potential. I wonder where the main beam is through the wall that I'm facing right now. Because obviously I've got the big window to my side here and it's metal the whole way around. And I know the door frame is metal. Potential. There's thoughts here. How did I figure it out? I don't know, the thought just occurred to me one day and I was just looking at the magnet in my hand and I just went like, clunk. Huh. Are you looking for magnets, honey? There might not be one in that wall. Oh no, there is definitely one in that wall.
I think that might actually be the tap from the power switch.
Oh, yeah, just let's not muck around too much with the
that's
copper.
a screw.
Oh. We're sticking to the drywall screws. Alright, enough now. That's very distracting. Thank you.
I'm not distracting. I'm amazing.
You're both. I vouch fully for the fact you're both. Guys, Mr. Bones has now seen The Last Unicorn. I made him watch it. That poor man did not know what he was in for. And to be fair, I had also forgotten that there are no actual characters or plot necessarily to that movie, and just like everything you're seeing on screen is just a metaphor for something else, and the songs are somehow still very literal. Like, don't get me wrong, I have a deep well of love for that movie, but it was a lot for someone who wasn't expecting what it was to sit down and watch it. Like, if you ever have to write an essay about a movie and you're feeling really uninspired, pick that one, because it writes itself. It's kind of a movie that makes it feel a little bit like someone slipped something into your drink, but not in like a dangerous, scary way. You still haven't watched it? Yeah, it just like be prepared for like an artsy film, I guess. Like, it's strangely literal, but also everything is a metaphor. Just everything. It seems to resonate more with women, is my guess here. Okay, we're making some feet. We're making feet. Feet of greatness. Okay, I'll make a little rectangle. I'll just stitch on the toe bean, maybe. Because they're not big toe beans, are they? Let me just review the chat. Yeah, no, they're little. They're tiny little toe beans. Oh, no, wait, they are sizable toe beans. Do we reckon those are cream? They're kind of tan. Let me see if I can find my tan. The Australian summer can't help me find my tan. I don't know why I think I'm going to be able to do it today. You did a book report about The Princess Bride in high school? Sorry, I'm just writing some notes before I forget. There's a little bit of that going around today. Same to you, friend. Yeah, I'm just going to go with like... For me, it's generic flesh. I understand it is not the same for everybody. The song, as Mr. Bones says about The Last Unicorn, the songs are, I'm sad, but I'm doing stuff because I think that will help. And the plot is corkboard filled with pins and a lot of coffee. It's an animated film. It's an old one. One of your friends had a magnet in her head for hearing aid attachment, sure, and she just stuck spoons to it and gone about it. Look, if you're not doing that, you're doing it wrong. That's amazing. Yeah, I'd forgotten about the tree, Bunny Badger. I just remember distinctly Mr. Burns going, haha, that tree looks like a butt. And I abruptly remembered what the tree was about to do. I'm just like, nope, not a butt. Night, devil. Sleep well. There is nothing more immortal than a tree's love. Yeah, no, it's got a lot of folks in it. But just go in there expecting something a little odd and you'll be fine. Don't look up gifs out of context. No, that's not how you watch a movie. Yeah, make him sit through it. That'll be funny. Sorry? What's wrong? You just came stomping in.
It's just, I can't rant about it, so I'm just going to gesture it to you really quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my rant.
Y'all, I have no words for the
It should be.
For the dance I'm witnessing. It was a that was a thing I have seen now. The little just awoke and declared I was swimming in a magic river and then returned to sleep. That is cute. So, no, I think that might be just too much information. Yeah, but anyway, long story short, don't look up gifs from the movie. Don't look up songs from the movie. Just watch the movie. It's 2 hours of your life, and it'll become a thing you have seen, and it'll give you something to talk about. Nothing is as immortal as a tree's love. 8, 9, and 10. Cool. 1, 2. I'm making legs at the moment, in case I hadn't said that. 3. Well, I have it on DVD. I don't know where you find it either. Feels like one of the ones that you probably can watch on like YouTube or something with ads. Though really recently Quest for Camelot content has been coming up on my feeds again. So I need to look up that movie. I haven't watched it in a really long time. But I had one of the songs stuck in my head apparently my entire life and just didn't realize what it was from until I encountered it one day in short form. And I was like, oh, okay, it's been Quest for Camelot the whole time. Oh, no secret magnets in your house? That's rough. Not every house can be blessed with secret magnets. Let's see. When I was sick, my go-to movie was one of the Care Bears movies. It was the one with the evil book that was making everybody not care. It's kind of an OG one though. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this would be 3. 1, 2, 3. We have a little foot. With a little foot pad. Tiny little foot. I have not seen K-pop Demon Hunter yet. Yeah, Fluffy Chomper, I Stand Alone is the song. Yes, absolutely. You have the Tender Heart Bear tattoo? Is he the gingerbread one? It's all very foggy for me now. What colour is Tender Heart? Because the name's familiar to me. You love the last scene where the unicorns emerge from the wave? Yeah, no, it feels like, that's what I mean. Like the whole movie feels like a metaphor, just like layered. Every person is just a representation and not a character. It's just, there's a lot going on. It's about like the journey to manhood and the journey to womanhood and the experience of being these things in this world. And some people are treated as props in the story, but it's kind of reversed on what the usual tropes are. And just, yeah, like it is a movie that writes an essay on itself. Is me ranting about The Last Unicorn again, in case anyone missed it, because I don't think I gave a subject line. But yeah, it's just like, if you want to really like give yourself a headache thinking about something, it's a great movie to think about. I also have not seen K-pop Demon Hunter yet, but I believe it's getting a theatrical release. At some point, I will cycle back around to a Netflix era and I will watch it. And it'll be as simple as that. It'll just be on the list of things I watch. The orange one. Yes. Yeah, Tender Heart is who I thought he was. The songs are a bop. I have listened to the soundtrack. Again, I've swapped subjects back to K-pop Demon Hunter. There we go. If you have 5 sisters, I guarantee you've been given an education in all of the things you should know. My poor brother had to settle for 3 sisters. Yeah. Grumpy Bear. They always called me Grumpy Bear. Solid movie with really well choreographed musical and fight scenes, and obviously the songs are all bops. Yeah, I don't think anyone really expected that movie to do what it did, but I heard that it got approved for like a crazy amount of sequels. So it's pretty much just going to become a TV show, just each episode is a movie length. Don't know where I heard that, can't cite my sources, take it with a pinch of salt, do your own research. The general complicated knots disclaimers. Sorry, I'm just keeping this ticking along. Though I will say, after I've made this leg, we pretty much just have the head to go. So, name suggestions should be firing up about now. Yeah, I think they created a really rich world. And they gave everyone a taste, and everyone said, yep, that's tasty, we want more of that, thank you. And so they're happy to expand upon the other stories in the world. And good for them. Okay. It's hard because I don't want it to be too big and I'm running out of room. If I put him in a seated position, he can sit. because I don't know if he'll stand up okay. But I want to put him in a standing position. It just feels more appropriate for this particular fella. What are we up to now anyway? 10? Alright, cool. We'll finish it off in one more row then. 5 decreases. Done. Given that our themes so far have been like baby and fat bear, I think this is the most complicated Gen 2 Pokemon we have attempted on stream together. At least until we pick the next one. Two, three, four, five, cool, and finish off, and that's your little leg. I should have done a row of single crochet before I finished off, I think. No, that's getting the job done. Dude, if you can do 40 push-ups in less than an hour, I am impressed. You must be tank. Alrighty, there's a little leggy for our little man. What was the name list? Anyway, yes, gentle reminder to folks that there is a like button there if you were so inclined to click it. That would be great. That said, this channel is small. This channel is small. It does its best. There we go. Sorry, popping my shoulder. Okay, we have to do the head. I can't avoid it any longer. So I think we'll build it as, I don't know, he feels like a pentagonal puppy. So we'll do like this. And when we've got a little height to it, we'll pop eyes in and maybe do the rounding out as part of it. So we'll flare out at like this point. No, and then we'll split into 2 flare outs to give us swoops. Alright, this is achievable. We can do this. It's gonna be fine. You want him to have a cute name but you can't come up with anything? That's alright. I think we had like Chomper, Cruncher, something like that. We gotta pace ourselves. This isn't our only Pokemon today. We are at an hour and a half though, so it's a good thing we're starting this final piece now. So that we can try and keep on track for the 1 every 2 hours thing that I try and do. We don't talk about it much, but I do try and keep to 1 every 2 hours. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hasn't been super applicable recently because we've been getting them done comfortably in that time frame. You got up to clean your scissors, did a lot of things, sat back down, and where are your scissors? Answer, still dirty. I relate to that. Sometimes I'll get up like 3 or 4 times, all in service of trying to grab a specific ball of yarn. And in the meantime, I will do dishes. I will sometimes shower. I will eat food. I will go and check on a download. I will do a bunch of stuff. Cruncher, roll up, lunchable quiche, and Snubble's name is Fruit Snack. For any additional context that you might need there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. Alright, we're 12 around. That is the top of the head. I should be writing this down. I can do math. Why wouldn't I be able to? Oh, night, Kylie. Thanks for hanging out. You'll also do every task except the one you mean to do. I've been trying to figure out how to utilize this. Oh, okay. Luke, you just need to work out the chain of procrastination. So basically, it is fully possible to work your way around in a complete circle back to the main task you're procrastinating. So say you have to do task A, right? And you're procrastinating task A by doing task B. Now, okay, then, all right, you need to find a way to put off doing task B by doing task C. It always has to be at least 2 tasks removed, getting you to task C. And then if you're really good at this, you can get to a point where you're delaying by doing task C by doing task A instead, and then task A actually gets done. Sometimes the line is longer than that, and sometimes it takes several days to circle around, but you'll get there eventually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh no. Where's my last increase? There. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. Thank you, Makona Barb. This is a perfect example of what I was saying before about how these Pokemon are training for me, like fanfic is for writers, and it kind of forces me to discover new structures and shapes, whereas like otherwise I'd pretty much stay in my lane. Yeah, and so like I do a lot of open mouths this way now, and I think it's great. It's really simple. It's a relatively easy technique, and yeah, I'm not saying it'll stick around forever, but it's absolutely something in the tool belt now. This is the content you come for, procrastination strategies. Well, you got to know how to work with that executive dysfunction. It thinks it's the boss of you. It's not. I've never met an executive dysfunction I could not undermine. Okay, you must be bad because you end up doing tasks B first, C second, A fourth, and then F12 before you do... Okay, I may have been reading your strategies wrong. That's fine. Like, as long as task A gets done. I'm seeing on task A on your list there as getting done. That counts. Night, Alyssa! And also welcome back to the replay. Dang it. I've got a very specific clip from K-pop Demon Hunters stuck in my head now. And it's just going around and around in there. And it's fine. We're not going to let it get us. This is not a Procrastinators Anonymous support group. It's just something we all have a little bit in common, I think. It's from a song, Dun Dun Dun. But I don't want to get any kind of content claimed, and I don't want to embarrass myself. Oh, that's task and subtask? Fair enough. No, I'm pretty good as long as I can like. This is your reminder to like the stream, I guess. No. I'm pretty good as long as I can keep myself structured. So I have to take advantage of my bursts of organization to set in place what I need to get done. Not on a day level. I literally have to go out to the month level and then whittle it down into weeks and days. And then it's not about my issue with procrastination and executive dysfunction and all that kind of stuff comes in when I have to choose what to do next. It's like, cool, I just don't have a choice what to do next. We just grab the next thing. Okay, we're making Pokemon now. Here we go. But I also find chat and stream very helpful to getting the Pokemon done. It's been a while since I've said this because you guys keep me like anchored in one spot. And so I just sit down and I do it. I would not be through Gen 1 if it wasn't for you guys. You guys keep me focused because it's like having to chat and design shapes and make shapes and do a couple of little other things at the same time scratches, like actually occupies all of the areas of my brain at the same time. And I feel like I can actually relax. And so by the end of stream, I think the couple of hours after stream is like the only time in my week I actually relax. I call it my mollusk mode. I'm just smooth brained from stream. It's just like all of my brain has been worked out and I'm just in that post mental workout lull. And no other activity I do is enough stimulation to get me to that state. So, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the songs from Demon Hunter give me the goose pimples. I agree with that. I'm just a sucker for really like wordy verses. I like a lot of words packed into short amounts of time, but I can understand all of them. So, yeah. And I think I make the nose now. Yeah, body doubling is absolutely fantastic as well. The computer I do all of my editing at isn't actually this one here. I have one out in our main living area, and Mr. Bones has his computer set up like right next to it. And if he's there working, I can sit there and work as long as I need to. When he gets up to take breaks, I find myself getting distracted and like scrolling YouTube shorts and stuff, and then he'll walk back in and I'll just immediately snap back to work. And I'm just like, it's not a, oh no, I'm going to get in trouble because the teacher's back kind of thing. It's just very much like a work mode, break mode. And it's like he just helps dictate that, but just by being physically present. Yeah. I don't know if he knows that he does that for me, but he does now, I guess, because he's listening to stream. So there's 4 stitches along here. Well, technically there's... Ooh, okay, we could sneak one of these and make that 5. So that'd be 2 along. Do 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do 1, 2, 3, slip stitch, 1, 2, 3, and that should give me the snoot of my dreams. So how do we get there? How do we get there? We go 1, 2, 3, and 4. We work through the increase. 1 and 2. 8. So it's 8. Ink 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 out the other side. You don't want to be curious about K-pop Demon Hunter. I'm sorry, but I don't think we're giving you much of a choice there. I'll admit a lot of K-pop doesn't resonate with me, but also I just like music. So it's... The reason that K-pop doesn't really stick around for me a lot is because I can't learn the lyrics and sing along with them other than like phonetically. So I like a little bit of Blackpink, but like K-pop just sort of never really grabbed me. I think they're bops. I'm never angry when it's on, but I don't seek it out because I do not know the words and therefore I cannot belt them out. Moment. 7. I don't know. 8 plus 7 is 15, and that only gets us to 16, and this should be 18, so I think this should be 9. Not 7. But we fixed it! Sorry, the note taking takes a long time because I'm writing hovering in the air because there's not enough desk space for my notebook to sit on the desk because of the light stand. If I was left-handed, I wouldn't have this problem. Thing is, you tend to pick apart stories ever since A Song of Ice and Fire was ruined, televised, as Game of Thrones. I have this tendency to pick apart storylines. That's fair enough. I consider it a personal victory if I can anticipate what a story is going to do before it does it. Which makes me annoying to watch television with, and movies, because Mr. Bones is not that kind of making predictions person. To be fair, this is not him. He has not told me I'm annoying. I consider myself to be annoying. Yeah. That said, it's half the fun. Half the fun is getting the prize of knowing the story before the story tells you. Your jumper doesn't have to be your own body. Not counting stitches is a specialized skill of mine. Should put it on my resume. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I nailed the number anyway. Right, I'm going to get y'all to trust the process. I know this looks odd. The problem here is that I'm not going to be able to stuff the head because of how I've done it. I could close off now, but I'm worried that's going to muck things up. Hi.
Hey, pretty lady.
What's up?
I've potentially got the stupidest idea ever.
I love your stupid
I
ideas.
love it. Do you ever accidentally put 2 stitches in the one round when not doing an increase?
That's called an increase.
But do you ever accidentally do that? Like, is it common?
I mean, no, not really.
Well, instead of counting all the stitches, right? What if you only counted how many increases or decreases you do? Because you know how many stitches the previous round was.
Yeah, what you're referring to there is what I call the landmark method, where instead of actually keeping track of where the end of the row is, I just track where the last notable thing I did was, like an increase or a decrease, and that's the only point that really matters.
Yeah, because then you don't have to count it all.
No, and I very rarely do. Sometimes it's good to count. It's good to count, everybody. You should be counting. These actions are attempted by a professional and are not for everyday use. Yeah. But count your rows. But yeah, no, you can absolutely cheat by not counting.
You could just write the pattern as like four increases, and leave out all the single crochet.
No, you couldn't.
Well, it's all.
In fact, some people do, and people hate it. Like, you can absolutely go like, oh, evenly spaced 4 increases in a round. That's not a helpful pattern for most people, and the idea is that you want your pattern to be used by as many people as possible. You want them to be accessible. And so, like, yeah, most people could do the math of dividing by 4 and working out where the increase goes, but the whole point of paying for a pattern or watching an ad to get to do a pattern is that they've done that math for you.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
That said, April Fool's Day is coming, and I'm still pretty keen to do a pattern with everything but numbers. So just watch out for that.
If you let me have a crack at it, I reckon I can get your I'd remove all of the redundancy from your pattern, so it's just...
My patterns have no redundancy, thank you, sir.
No, you write single crochet X and you have like the little number at the end. You don't need the number at the end because that's redundant. You can do that just by doing all the calculations of all the stitches together. And you don't need the single crochet, you just go like 4 increases in this row. You
should know that chat wants you to know that you are very good at crocheting for someone who doesn't know how to crochet.
Yeah.
Here, honey, you want to do something with a hook?
Gosh. Going to clear up my ears.
No, I got the impression of you like shoving it up your nose. I'm like, I don't want it.
That was my first thought. But
I don't want it to go up the nose. Yeah, Mr. Bones is interested in it because I'm interested in it. That, and it's a topological problem, which is something that his brain loves to chew on. Oh, there's raccoon progress. I have to see the giant. Oh my goodness! Nerdy, that is huge. What I am seeing is the head of a raccoon the size of a laptop. And, like, don't get me wrong, that's not... This is about half the size of a laptop, right? This is... I'm so excited for what you're doing right now. It's incredible. It's amazing. I should have shared the pattern with you first, and then we could have attached it to the end of the video. And yeah, that's not how any of this works, but it still could have been fun. That's right, loot as well. If you put too many increases in one region rather than evenly spaced, it'll mess up the shape. Plus, a lot of my shaping doesn't rely on evenly spacing things, and they have to be specifically spaced, which is a different thing. But I find that he has a fairly firm grasp of things. Okay, and then the nose goes like there. Do you reckon he's got like bulldog face? Or do I leave it there? No, we're not done yet. What do I do? I'm going to try something. We might end up frogging it. And I'm actually going to use a stitch marker. You like martial history, especially European martial history, but you don't think it translates well? I don't know if I disagree. I don't know if I agree with that statement. Like, I fully understand that, like, it may not gel well with your method of storytelling, but, like, I really like the way Sabaton tells their stories. In fact, most of my historical knowledge comes from Sabaton songs, because I feel like everybody gets an anthem vibe. It's kind of fun. Yeah, I think you just have to find the characters with stories to tell within the martial history. That I say that though, and you can't really listen to it because what do I know about writing a story? Yeah, how are you going to stuff that, Nerditia? I think you mentioned you were going... Oh no, you just mentioned you were done with crochet for the evening. I'm just like, yeah, you should absolutely put a zip in the back and just use yourself as the stuffing. I'm going to give him angry eyebrows, so, like, ignore the very gentle expression he has at the moment. Okay, that's better. And now if I just, like, really aggressively pull in at the top, I might be able to get some stuffing into this head. It's a little taller than it should be. But with the giant teeth at the front, I think it'll help it blend a little bit more. I think we're okay. I think we're on track. Okay, and we'll do 5, 3 single crochet, 3 togethers, and 6 at the end. And that should be one of our final rows. Okay. Oh, sorry, I've eaten up all of our time with this piece. Hey, Daiquiri Rose, you're doing it because it's going to be a cool looking backpack. Just make sure you put a lining in it so you don't stretch out the cotton of your squares. And yeah, I'm feeling the allure at the moment of granny square, like little cute summery granny square type tops. And I'm just like, no. You have actual work to do. You'll never wear it, and it'll take you a million years to make that many squares. Plus, keeping it clean is a nightmare. If you won't buy stuff that needs ironing, why would you buy stuff that needs blocking? Or why would you make stuff that needs blocking? Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Oh, no, see that last row? Ruined it. um 7 and 8. If you make clothing for yourself, it's going to have to survive a wash and dry flat. Exactly. Yeah. If it can't just be at least over an era, because like I'll do that. Like I have plenty of like, you've seen my jumper collection. I try to look after them. They dry flat over a clothes era. They just don't go in the dryer. Like that's fine. That is an acceptable level of clothing maintenance. But ironing, who has time for ironing or dry cleaning these days? Who has time to reblock items, particularly if they need to be blocked to look good? No. Alright, I will... he looks silly. I know he looks silly. I'm going to ask you to trust the process and know that he will be fine. He will look correct. I am seeing the vision. It's going to be kind of hard to sew together, but I have to leave it this open at the back so I can cover over the back of that pink. And then I've made enough of the bridge of the mouth that I should be able to like... Yes. Sometimes I am not that trustworthy though. And then he's all nosy. Gonna go there. Just put a couple of pins in there for noses. Okay, his nose might need to be further down, but you know what I mean. We'll make it work. Give him a couple little teeth while we're here. Are you wearing it? Mr. Bones is wearing his Trust the Process t-shirt. All right, let's get this name vote going while I create one of his... We're going to call them tusks. So I know one of the names was Crunch. And one of the names was Roll Up because of Fruit Snack, the snubble. Mr. Bones wants you all. Mr. Bones tried to copy paste the name list right then, but apparently had feel locked and loaded. That's alright, I understood what happened. And there we go. Name the Granville. I hate it when you hover around the door frame. It's so creepy. His head just comes sliding in from the side, like perfectly horizontal. Oof. It's very spooky. Should we decorate this room for Halloween? I know you guys can't see much of the room, and soon the raccoon will be on like one of these shelves, like the big boy, maybe up there. But like, I feel like we could make this room spookier. I don't really go all out for Christmas, but Halloween feels a little bit more like my spirit animal. I kind of like relate a little bit more to the witchy vibes. We're see like, okay, I see what you mean, Eldritch, about Cruncher being like the name an owner would give this kind of dog to be tough. But I personally would name this kind of Pokemon something like Fifi. Yes, Loot, I am aware that I put feel in the poll. I quite faithfully copied the name options that Mr. Bones gave me. He does not agree. He's a very huffy skeleton today. Let's see. Tusk.
Could you write something in chat so I can mute you?
No. No, I can't. One more row. Grab the spooky ummies from past Halloweens? Maybe? They're all already kind of up there, but I could like rearrange it a little bit. Honestly, it's probably time I moved the pile off the top of the shelves. If I just... the pile, you know, from the top of the shelves. It's getting a little out of hand. I've just been sticking stuff up there for over a year now, and I haven't dusted it or really cleaned it out since the bug incident. Oh, hey, that was November last year, so yeah, about a year. Aw, Angry Bear braids your hair. I love that. I'm not very good at like braiding my hair. I love the aesthetic. Like I would love to just have mine like in a giant plait all the time, but I kind of have to just let it do its thing. I like top knot. I like pigtail to sleep so that like it doesn't end up wrapped around everything. And as I've mentioned several times recently, I've been trying to wear it out more because it's a lot of hair and it's a lot of maintenance to have that much hair. And so if you're going to have that much hair and do that much maintenance, you need to wear the hair. Because like if I'm going to just wear it as a top knot or a bun all the time, just cut it off. Save myself the money and the time. The bug incident, yeah, the carpet beetles. Tusk. You just need a little ear now. Bunny badger can sit on her hair. Wow. Mine is, when wet, almost like down to like my lower back, but like it's also curly. So when curly, it kind of hits mid back now. And I would just wear it permanently. It's like one long plait down my back, but I can't physically seem to be able to center it or do it nicely. Fifi would bite your arm off. Crunchy would be the sweetest wannabe lapdog. Okay, going to start with Magic Ring 4 and we're going to turn. And we're going to do 4 back. nearly 1 meter long braided. That's amazing. Like, that's amazing for a couple of reasons I can think of. Like, that's amazing. I will say, hypothetically, a future craft room of mine, I've changed subject again back to decorating. A future craft room of mine, I'll potentially paint the walls darker. I think that that's potentially a bad idea because I already struggle with getting the lighting right. But I just really like the dark academic aesthetic. So like a really dark green or a really dark burgundy on the walls. And then like lighting on the shelves to make everything pop and look bright and colourful, and then really good lighting for the various regions. It could be a vibe. It could be a real vibe. I really like that. Big comfy chair. This is not a small room I'm in, but it's a very full room with currently there's not even walking room because we brought a stool in for the raccoon. Like, without the stool I can walk in and out of the room at least. So that's not so bad. But like a room that was a little bit bigger, I would really love to have like a cozier seating area so that like sometimes the streams don't have to be like quite as like upright and focused. They could be a little bit more chill. Get Mr. Bones to plait my hair, it's just topology. Yeah, maybe. I'll see if he's up for it. My hair is also not very user friendly because it tends to wrap around your fingers. Has a tendency to swallow bobby pins whole. And sometimes I'll put 3 in and get 5 out. Don't ask me where the other 2 came from. Ooh, a really dark green from Bunnings called Magic Forest or Enchanted Forest. See, yeah, like that. I love a dark green wall. I feel like part of it is possibly a subconscious rebellion against the millennial greys. Like the millennial pink, the millennial green, and the millennial grey. All of which are colours I like. And in my main living areas, I love them to be like all window, bright. I like white walls or like pale coloured walls. And like I like them to be light and bright. But in like my craft room, I kind of want it to feel like Gothic library. But not heavy Gothic library. More like cozy and warm, but not warm lighting because no. Yeah. So anyway, it's just a thought. So ear, I magic greened 4 and I turned, and then I did 4, and then I turned, and then I did 4, and then I turned, and then I think I did 4 again, and then I didn't turn because I think that was the end. Did I write the task down? I did. Good. Good job, me doing my job. When you're stressy for a while, your hair thins. Yeah, oh, same. Honestly, I know I'm doing good things for myself right now because my hair is growing back. For a while there, I could not get it to grow. And, yeah, it thins and I get like a lot of fall whenever I wash it. Whereas like right now, it's just like locked in. It's staying. It wants to be in here for the long haul. It's a fair weather friend, but, it's been nice to be able to like grow it out properly again because it's been a while since I've been able to do that. Remember your hair is counting on you? It's me trying to remember to eat adequate nutrition. Oh, poll has not closed. Sorry, the poll is closing. So, Lunchable won with 49% of the vote, followed by Cruncher at 22%, Feel at 15%, and Roll Up at 14%. Thank you to everybody who voted. We have secured ourselves a very nice name for our Granbull. And he has all of his pieces. Like, he only has half of his pieces. He doesn't have his tail yet or his bandana, but it is after the 2-hour point, so we are going to move on. Let me just pack some of these colours away and we'll get the next poll started. I'll leave you up here because people will want to see you, buddy. Alrighty. Yeah, I guess for my craft room, what I really want is a room that I can turn on overhead lighting and have it be a big bright white space that I can work in, and then when I turn it off, I want it to be like dark, cozy, academic. So, alrighty, here we are, back on the screen. Today's theme is we have taken a trip to the farmyard, and you guys managed to pick the pun instead of any of the actual farm creatures. But let's open a poll, and then I'm going to go take a little break, as is my wont. I've forgotten how to do a poll. No, there it is, over there. Okay. Start a poll. 1, 3, 4, or 5. You all can pick. I'll turn the little mini player on and I'll play the break song. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. Not that one. That will freak people out. That's the end screen. Break. you like the transition? I think that was pretty fun. Just whoop. Yeah, so I've been seeing your guesses. They are interesting. I've been seeing your vote, and I feel like y'all should make some different choices, but that's okay. No. I gotta stop making that joke, because any decision you make is a perfectly fine one. But before I reveal the poll, I wanted to just duck back over here real quick and be like, hey, look, I found Snubble. So Snubble and Gramble are not the same size, but they're close enough. Alrighty, now to business. You guys were quite decisive. I never knew the allure a navy blue would have. Don't get me wrong, that's a good choice, but I didn't know, folks. I always thought it was about boring colors or purples. It turns out navy blue was always a strong contender. So you guys have picked number 5 with 60% of the vote. Then came number 4 at 22%, number 3 at 12%, number 1 at just 6%. So let's reveal who is behind door number 5. It is a beautiful color, I agree. Here we go. And I saw that y'all guessed who it was going to be. And it is the Murkrow. Now, the Murkrow, today's theme is we're on a farm, and so like the Murkrow is there to give the scarecrows something to do. Never met a farm without crows. It does pose kind of a conundrum for a problem for us, in a couple of different ways. I did also see, I didn't catch who said it, but somebody was saying that Gen 1 looks clean or different now. Yeah, I retook all of the photos so that the color balance could all be the same across the gen, whereas otherwise we were using photos taken over 3 years in 4 different photo locations. So yeah, it looks cleaner now because all the photos were retaken. But it does, it's like this solid wall of perfect white going upwards. It's lovely. Or look, like white with little colors blipping through in here and there. We like that. Oh no, the balls. The balls. That makes more sense if you know that I'm sitting next to my stuffing. Yeah. It is perfect for the spooky month. My problem here, right? Let me just, we'll close this and we'll get set up in other ways. So we'll change the sprite over. My hesitation regarding Murkrow is that, first of all, we need to work out what color to even make them. Because, like, yeah, it looks navy blue, but the darkest navy blue I have... Okay, I get that that looks perfect on camera, but in real life it's a lot more blue. So we would be embracing a blue bird. The charcoal, however, isn't right, and black is very black. So, we kind of have a problem. Hi, JFL Trades. It has a male-female difference? Okay, you'll have to educate me. Oh, they added it after Gen 4, so I'm welcome to do whatever. Okay, I'm probably just going to stick with what's in the sprite because it tends to be what I'm looking at. The other problem we have here is the eyes are white with a red circle, which means I cannot use safety eyes. They're out of the picture. We need yellow and we need red. Thankfully, that's not a very, like, questionable red. That's a very specific, bright, Christmassy red. So... the red isn't in question here, and the yellow is also clearly just a pale yellow. So those the side colors we have sorted. The main color, he's blue, but he's very blue in person. I'm just warning you. The grey on the face cam is very grey, right? So for context, these are our side colors. Oh wait, the yellow is overexposed to heck. So I do think the navy blue can look correct here, but we're going to have to be careful with it. Ideally there would have been a darker blue available, but there wasn't. Grey bad. I agree, the grey is wrong, and I think the black is just way too intense. So I think we're going to make him in navy blue, but it might look weird, and we're just going to have to... Okay, yep, chat overwhelmingly agrees blue. Okay, let's turn the page here. I'm also going to need white, but I've got some of that up here. So that's all sorted. We need to draw our thing. Murkrow. I like the pun. Because like a group of crows is called a murder, and murk is to murk someone is to like jump them, or I'm pretty sure it's to assassinate them, right? So yeah, it's Murkrow. It is very blue, but I do think it's blue. Okay, we're gonna draw us a bird. I'm very grateful to everybody leaving reference images for me in the chat. Thank you very much. And by chat, I mean the Discord, sorry. Two different locations. He's got a little scrunchie holding his tail together. That's adorable. Okay, we'll draw up here. I'm off camera again, sorry. It's just... because I tend to end up leaning to the side as we go. I saw you move just then. Murky Crow. The core father. But don't forget, he turns into Honch Crow, which is, you know, like, we can't roll out names like, oh, I suppose we could. I need to stop putting limitations on you guys. I just want you to remember that things like, it's going to be hard to move upwards from core father. That's alright, Jay of all trades. We appreciate you as part of the replay gang. Hello to the replay gang, if I haven't said that yet. Also, happy birthday to anybody having one. Oh no. My pencil sketch is feeling very loose. That can mean we're reaching the weird part of the stream. Can't be forced, but it does mean that we're getting a little loose. Okay, head is ball. It's just its ball with hat on. Eyes, large. Brim of hat. Need to work out the size properly. And it has a little bit of thickness to it. Okay. Little neck. This guy is just going to be a nightmare. We're going to have a really rough time with this. Hi, Rena. Have fun back at work tomorrow. I know it doesn't sound like it might be, but you should try and have fun. Excuse me, hiccup. Yeah, it's a pointy little witch hat. And then you've got... I know this neck looks too long. Bear with, please. Got this tiny little nubbin of a body and a turtleneck. Okay, and he's got a little butt scrunchie. We love us a butt scrunchie. And giant spiky floof of a tail. It's just like nothing but shaping problems here. There is no stability. There is nothing to rely on. There is just a bunch of decorations attached to one another. I don't know how I'm doing this. I should not have included this in today's. How many toes do we reckon he has? In the sprite it looks like 2 on each foot, but it could easily be 3. It looks like it's 3. And then 1 at the back, so it's 4 in total. Sorry, 3 at the front. And here's 2 of those, so that's 8 toes in total. He's basically an octopus. Oh my. Well, if Pip says it, it must be true. So good night, Bunny Badger. Yeah. The eyes on this portrait look crazy. But just know that I'm not going to leave them that way. Oh no. There's a bunch of picots. I think my biggest bet here is just to not let myself get overwhelmed and to just start picking off pieces that are nice and obvious. The tail is going to be a problem. The tail clearly identifies as a problem. We'll get back to it. Okay. Okay. Corfioso. Could be scarecrow. That was the theme. All right, I'm gonna try and like ease my way into this a little bit because there's lots of pieces here we could make in one piece, but I think breaking them down a little bit more is going to be helpful. So the body is a great example of just a teardrop. I should not get too distracted by the various bits attached to it. That's an easy, accessible shape that I know how to make. No big deal. We could even include the neck and the spikies because those are just picots. Those are not a big deal. Basically like start here, work down, flare out, and then it would be row direction. I'm going to excuse me, I'm going to add just like some little two-dimensional wings here. We're not going to fuss them out with feather details for the wings because they sit really flat. So the wings will add a little bit of like dimension to the body rather than letting it just be a flat piece. Could I crochet around a bit of wire for the neck and legs? I mean, I could. Roll up a flat piece with picots along the edge. Yep, absolutely. Lots of options here. So that actually is all of this main bit here. The head is a ball, right? But so much more than a ball. The head is a ball with a hat brim and then 3 points at the back. We could make the hat as a separate piece, or we could start at the base of the ball, work backwards, work up the brim, work back in, and then finish off in 3 key points. Or I could make a ball with a brim, 3 points to sew onto that. Or I could make a ball and make a hat with 3 points on it and sew that on. So like we've got lots of options there. The bits that are actually a little scary to me are the tail, because the tail is one of those things that they cheat. They cheat in 2 dimensions. I guess I whipped myself in the face. They cheat in 2 dimensions by just like, oh, we're just going to draw a spiky shape. I'm just like, cool, but what is the actual anatomy of that shape? Is it a flat piece? Is it 3-dimensional? It looks like it's very pine cone, based on some of the alternate perspectives I'm seeing on this little guy. So 2 options there. We could, I'm just spitballing ideas here. The more I talk about it, the more confident I get in my approach. So it's just about like breaking it down a little bit to like take the terror away from what we're looking at. So it's kind of meant to be a broomstick, I think. So he's got the witch's hat and the witch's broomstick. And we could make a base triangle and then picots. I think it's pretty close to what I'm seeing on screen here. And that would match the picot detailing that we're doing around the neck as well, which gives it a nice sense of unity with the design. The other option is we could just do like a long spiky piece and then just you roll it up and you end up with like a little coil. I think that this is a little bit more controlled and contained for us though, and it will leave us with less like glimpses into the abyss. Loot, your reference images are always very, very helpful, so please don't think that we don't need them. I am always looking at them. It's just so good to have alternate perspectives on these things. Okay, and there we go. An example of how that's helpful. In Loot's reference images here, Murkrow is almost roosting on his feet, which I'm going to take full advantage of and get rid of the leg and just have him nestling on top of his feet, which means that his feet don't have to be a support structure. They just have to create a flat enough platform for him to perch. It's going to save us a lot of trouble. So, yeah. We're good. This is not that hard. This is fine. I am going to start. So logically, I should start with the head. I haven't drawn the beak out here at all, but we might have to just deal with the beak when we get there. Because, like, worst case scenario, I can just do the beak as a tube, and you'll forgive me for it. Yeah. So we need to start with the head. I'm losing my voice just a little bit, so I'm just going to hydrate. Okay. So we do need to start with the head. We do need to start with the head. There we go. And I think the approach I'm going to take is I'm going to try and do it all in one piece. So I'll try and work up just a round ball to start with until the halfway point. Because yeah, it's about halfway. And I'm just going to draw it from a few different angles here a little bit. So like say this is the head. Because the bit at the back is actually significantly larger than first anticipated. Like that. In fact, it's almost wider than the head. Alright, cool. So I'm thinking the head will be 18 at the widest point. The hat will be 24 around the base. And then we have those 3 little triangle spokes. We might just focus on doing one main one, and then the two side ones might just end up sewn on. That might be the way to go. Cool, I have a plan. I'm gonna break out the blue. Oh, Cornelius is fun. The elongated dumpling dragon snoot. Yeah, that could work. I was recently on Patreon because I'm trying to make it easier on there to find what you're looking for without having to know specifically what you're looking for, because up until recently, in order to find anything, you had to already know what you were searching for, because it's like 200 to 300 posts on there and 300 to 400 patterns probably all up. I mean 260 Pokemon. So I've done at least 100 original others, right? So there's a lot of stuff on there, and it's really hard to find stuff without scrolling back through forever and just kind of seeing if you can spot things. But I recently went back and sorted it all into collections, and it was quite satisfying to have everything like slotted in. Like I've got a dragon collection and this collection of that collection. Like, y'all, we've made some shapes. And the good thing about making lots of different shapes is we can do things like, oh yeah, dumpling dragon snout, probably a little longer. Like we have reference material. Okay, I'm seeing some love for Cornelius, so I just want to check if we have a Cornelius already. I'm not saying that one precludes the other, but we are 24% of the way through the Pokédex now, which does make a difference. We do not have a Cornelius, so Cornelius is fully, like, no limitations there. Cornelius, Corfather, and Corfioso. I don't get the Corfioso. It's fine though, it doesn't mean we can't have it. I just don't understand. Ah, right, okay. Morgana, Mildred, or Batilda. Well, I'm thinking about as well, I do just want to thank any of you who have gone back and pulled timestamps for me from past streams. What's really funny is I was compiling them the other day, and by that I just mean like writing down the list of the ones you guys were suggesting, and overwhelmingly I've been sent the same timestamp by pretty much everyone, and it's the time I put the eyes into tentacle. And it's like that's basically the only timestamp I've gotten. Like there's been a few others on the side, but it's just really funny to me that just like everyone's like, that's the one, that's the timestamp, we must, and I think that's really great. 10, 11, 12. I think this blue was the correct color. That's good. It's good to already feel good about that decision. Ah, Rhyhorn is Hornelius. That's fine. I think that's different enough that Cornelius would still be okay. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have like a Cornelius. That's right, Dwayne. That's not a suggestion for today, honey. That's a reminder about the tentacle. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There is not a spreadsheet for timestamps. Honestly, I probably should have made it that way. People have just been putting them in the Discord for me, and the comment section and the streams themselves. I understand that I could have been more organized with that, but there is a reason this video is taking so long to make. I will say that Hengyang or Elf's Crochet over on the Discord has got a master document that does track all of this stuff that I will also be using as reference material. So there is a document, but I don't think it's tracking specifically what we're talking about here. And it's a great document. Yep, we're making Murkrow. My latest experience with a Murkrow was the one in Soul Silver that just repeats its boss's passwords. Night Bottega channel, thanks for hanging out. I should be using a stitch marker. And now I have, and that's a good thing. Yeah. Creating a yarn avalanche off to my side here. Come on. We're going to just watch ourselves do this stitch and then I will glance up and read the message I was in the middle of. There we go. Alright, you have an unassembled Slowpoke. I've sent like 5 people a pic of the tail, and are you interested in purchasing this tasty, nutritious Slowpoke tail? Oh, yes. Flute, you're on your rocket arc, and I approve, I do. Well, it turns out that here in Australia we don't have what we call crows is actually ravens. I read that somewhere recently, but we call them crows, so. Okay. One more round and then we're going to start the hat brim, I think. I don't think it's a murder of ravens. I think it's a parliament, same as owls. Yeah, crows and ravens are different, but they're also the same. Like, they're different birds, but when you only have one or the other, I think it's really easy to get them confused, and then you end up with like the colloquial name for them. And so like we call them crows here, but I found out recently that I think they're ravens. Crows are the small boys, ravens are chonks.
The collective term for raven is an unkindness. An
unkindness of ravens, which is, no, I don't like that. That's slander, and I will not have it. Sorry, slander and raven like globbed themselves together in my head, and it turned into slaven.
Apparently, this creature is called an unkindness in a group.
What?
That's my impersonation of a crow.
It was a pretty good crow waddle.
Yeah,
like,
see,
yeah.
Like, you look at that crow waddle.
But it was a raven.
No, we don't have crows here.
No, we have ravens. You were doing a raven walk.
Yeah, I was doing a raven walk.
You said crow.
I messed up.
You did. I corrected it, and then you corrected me for correcting. Don't lick the lamp. What are you, some kind of moth?
Changing the subject.
You licked the lamp. I might have to end the stream. So I think that's a good head ball. It gives us a lot of room to work with, and it'll be basically the same. Like that'll also be the base for the body as well. Worked in a different direction, but about the same size. So good. We are making progress already. It's the ones that I'm afraid of that have the greatest potential to be like the really cool ones. Why did he lick the lamp? I think he was just trying to distract us. Okay, tiny and huge are relative terms. I'm going to need something a bit more specific. Because the crows, the thing we're calling crows are like... Is that big or small? Okay.
You want the banana again?
No. Thank you for the offer. Right, I'm just using front post stitching here to basically create a really sharp corner for us so that the brim sticks out the right way. And then in the next row, we'll be growing it. Also gives a bit of nice definition between the two pieces. Or really, it's like subtle definition, but it's still nice. That's not that big for a bird. Most of our birds are about that size. Like, don't get me wrong, we have a lot of like wrens and the little ones. But like, our wedge-tailed eagles are like, and cockatoos, red-tailed black cockatoos, white-tailed black, like the birds are big here. Apparently. I'm just discovering this. Do you guys not have big birds? North American crows are half that size. That's barely a magpie.
Also, emus.
Oh, yeah, also emus. Cassowaries.
Grow up with big birds.
Yeah, big birds. But, like, I never really thought of them that way. They were just the birds.
Like, our birds are all distinctly a multiple meal avian.
Except for fairy wrens, which are like...
Yeah. And we've got big ones, and like, yeah, if you were to butcher one, you could have multiple meals out of it.
We also have, I mean, we have a variety. It's just, I think we seem to have a lot more larger ones. If you haven't seen a crow before, you think ravens are crows. Yeah, fair enough. That's what I was saying. It's just like, I don't have, like, to say crows are small, that's fine, but I don't have a frame of reference for that. But I do now. We've worked it out. I'm pretty sure we have ravens. Okay, so we've made a brim, 18 front post single crochet, and now I need to just be really silly with it. No, stop that. I could put 9 increases around. It's just one every second stitch. That shouldn't make it buckle, but it's a very aggressive growth strategy. We're going to give that a go. I feel aggressive today. Vultures are huge, like, but then you also have to pay attention to the fact that a lot of birds are measured based on wingspan, not necessarily height or physical presence. Some birds have a significant physical presence, but not very big wings. The most horrifying thought about the moa is that there was a flying eagle that preyed on moa. That is actually really alarming. But then I also like to think about the fact that, you know how tigers have those white spots on their ears? And they have markings that make them look like a giant alert predator when they're drinking and in a vulnerable state, so that it scares away something that's apparently preying on tigers, to the point where it was an evolutionary advantage for them to evolve that defense mechanism. And that is scary. Someone look up the wingspan for the Australian wedge-tailed eagle for me. Yeah, albatrosses and shoebills tend to be quite large. Oh my goodness, they're fluffy little nonsense babies though. So Albatross young take a really long time to mature, right? Apparently it's like a year. And so once they can like maintain their own body temperature, they're left in the nest by both parents who go out to hunt. And these little fuzzy derp dudes just sit here like this. Except they're fluffy. They're just grave puffballs. And these are like a big old armload. They're not like little tiny chicks. They're just big old armloads of fluff. And they just sit there, waiting for mum and dad to come back with food. There we go. An Australian wedge-tailed eagle has a wingspan of 8.2 feet, apparently. So, big. Oh, I've got an itchy spot on my cheek. It's driving me a little bit crazy. I'm trying not to pick at it. Yeah. So that is the wedge-tailed eagle. They are sizable beasties. Like, they have a physical presence, but again, keep in mind that that is wingspan. Whereas, like, with humans, we tend to equate, like, from, if you reach your arms out to the side, from fingertip to fingertip, that is also approximately your height, right? It's not the same thing with birds. And it's, like, easy to see, like, 8 feet wingspan and think 8 foot tall bird, and they're not 8 foot tall birds. They just have heckin' wingspans. They are large, though, and quite, you can tell you're looking at a predator when you look them in the eyes. We used to have a nesting couple in an old jarrah tree out the back. It's just like a little bonnet. But no, we flip it upside down. Okay, cool. And we need to do that again. So that got us up to 27. And doing it again will get us quite broad indeed. But we'll stagger it a little bit. We'll get us up to 36. Yeah, there we go. 1 meter tall. So just like really big wingspan, not that tall. Oh, Kimpoki trainer, I banish you to the realm of sleep. Farewell. Welcome back to the replay. That said, the Australian emu stands at what, like 1.5 meters tall, I would guess. Like the height of the average human, but its wingspan is like 10 centimeters. So it does go the other way as well. You have bald eagles and turkey vultures in the area. Seeing them on the ground is stunning. They're huge, and they're not even that huge relative to some raptors. Yeah. So across the middle of Australia, we have a big old desert called the Nullarbor. Like, it literally means no trees. Nullarbor. The Nullarbor Plain. And we were driving across it once. This is the patchy memory of a child. So it might have been on a different car trip, but for me, I attach it to the Nullarbor. We were driving across it once, and a wedgie landed on the bull bar at the front of the car. And just, like, perched there for a while, and we were just like, yep, fair enough, bud. Like, we were maintaining speed, the bird was just catching a lift. You saw an emu in Arizona a couple of years ago? Okay. Yeah, I believe they are... First of all, they're raised for meat. But they have giant green eggs, which are fun. So, and they're also quite popular, I think, in zoos. Emu stands, yeah. Honestly, though, the emu isn't the giant. Like, don't get me wrong, be respectful of an emu, but they're not the walking bird you should be worried about. We've got the battle turkeys, which is the cassowaries. Those are mean. They do not like you. They're thankfully in the more tropical regions of Australia, so we don't really contend with them here. But cassowaries are mean. They hate you. They haven't even met you, and they know they hate you. You've never met one? It hates you. Is that as wide as the brim goes, or does it go wider? I think it might be one more row, but it's just a lot, you know. Because that will get us up to 45. And I'll do my trick where I stitch the loops shut so we have a nice brim to our hat. Don't worry about that. I have no idea if cassowaries have green eggs too. It would make sense to me that they did though, because if it makes sense for one large bird to have green eggs, it kind of makes sense for another to have green eggs. Whereas ostriches are in a decidedly different landscape, and so having like egg-coloured eggs makes more sense for camouflage reasons there. You too? Yeah, no. The cassowaries in Fern Gully, that is just a highly successful PR campaign. It is not at all the truth of things. Night Notitia, thank you for hanging out. Ah, yes, the Emu War. If you find yourself with like 10 minutes and nothing to do, look up the Emu War on Wikipedia. It is a legitimate thing that happened here in Australia. Basically, we fought a war against emus and lost. And there are official reports claiming that the emus used unfair guerrilla tactics against the armoured vehicles. Like, I don't think I can read it out on YouTube just because of the type of violence involved, but it is a good old cackle to have a read of. In fact, if Angry Bear Ironworks is still around, I think they might have left already, but might be right up his alley. Yes, we lost. Okay, there we go. I think this is as wide as I'm going to make the brim though. Because 45 is wide enough. Wait, why, whose pardon are you begging? Oh, thank you. I like my shirt too. It's one of the new ones I have available. It's got the squares from the tapestry on it. Okay, that's a good brim. It's a good brim for a hat. Now, how do I make this as smooth as possible? I think we go straight into... If I use the back loops only, is that going to look okay? We might have a little test run here using back loops only. The moose would absolutely win. That's because the moose is literal megafauna. Like, that's not fair. You can't come trotting out your prehistoric creatures. We've got saltwater crocs. They'll do you for too. That was terrible. Why would I do it like that? Stop. Ooh. Ooh, that's an idea. Do we try that? Stop having thoughts. Stop having silent thoughts. You can have regular thoughts. My goodness. I was going to front post it, but there's a chance I can get away with not doing it that way. I'm going to take it. Just finish this repeat and then I'll have a look and see if I like the way it's turning out. Can't figure out how to change your name. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I have no idea how to change your name here, but welcome. Happy time zone. Welcome to the stream. Emu War took place in WA's wheat belt. Yeah. Unfair guerrilla tactics. Exactly. Where do I sell my merch? Well, it's on Fourth Wall, and it's unfortunately not linked to this channel at the moment. It's linked to the Complicated Knots channel. So that's a lot easier to find. If Mr. Bones is feeling particularly interested, he could go rustle up a link and find it. But no, I am Complicated Knots on Fourth Wall, and we will find a link and share it. Sorry about that. Yeah. It's looking a little scrungy. Hey, there we go. Thank you, honey. Hey, look, you got the crown. You don't fight moose, but you have a polar bear jail? Polar bears are another animal that will actively hunt humans. There's not many out there that will, like, hunt a human. Polar bears are one of them. Polar bears were one of my favorite animals as a kid. I think it's because I was gifted, like, a white teddy bear as a baby. His name was Morris. Still have him, but he's in storage at the moment. And, yeah. That led to a collection. I saw that I had one white bear. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I like white bears. I think for a while there's like a brief window where you can kind of decide your kid's favorite color and your favorite animal and just sort of steer them in the whatever direction you like. So yeah, I collected white bears for a really long time. And I thought polar bears were my favorite. So... yeah, no, we stream on a second channel because bunch of algorithm type nonsense basically. But yeah, it's helped to keep this community just like a very nice little comfy community where most of us know one another now, I think, and keeps it nice and manageable and pleasant, and I like that. You had a rogue peacock roaming around the neighborhood. He belonged to someone living nearby. A lot of cars try to avoid that peacock. Well, I found out recently that peacocks are like one of the birds that are just like the most international type of thing. But I think that's just because humans have taken them and put them everywhere, as opposed to them uniquely evolving in all those places. Night, that random wolf. Sleep well. You don't know what happened to the peacock and his owner, but you hope they're happy somewhere. I'm sure they are. Okay. I'm pulling the brim in right now. Just trying to keep it as flat as possible. And apparently not writing anything down. Love that for me. Single crochet 3 together and a single crochet, and that would have reduced that by 18 back down to 27. And so no, we do need to go all the way down to 18. 24 is not small, is not the right size, but 18 is too small. I'm having a weird moment here. Polar bears getting too close to a certain town get tranked and brought to a specific jail cell until they can be transported back to their proper territory. Oh. It just reminds me of, it's got the same vibe as the walrus who was sinking all of the, like, smaller boats in this particular bay, and so they ended up having to, like, deploy his own floating couch, because he kept just trying to, like, climb up on the boats to chill on them, and so they gave him his own couch, and then he left the boats alone. See, I love pigeons. I do. I love pigeons. I have such a soft spot for pigeons. I don't know where it came from. I don't remember when it formed. It was definitely as an adult. Like, it's definitely a new fascination. Let's just adjust you, shall we? You're tilting. There we go. But I love them. Everything about them is endearing to me. Yeah. Like I said, it still looks like a little sun hat up that way. I need to try and close in, and I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do... If I do that, it's going to be too small. Hang on, folks. Sorry, I'm struggling to do math, and I don't know why. Yeah, that'll bring us, that's going to be way too much. We need to just do it by 1. So 9 single crochet decrease. That should bring us down to 18 again. I don't think it looks right, but we'll see. What does that bring us down to? 36. Let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, 27. I'm right. We're doing fine. You're not joking. You work at the agency that controls the polar bear jail and used to work at the one in charge of arresting the bears. Seriously, I love everything about this story. I love that this job exists. I love that you're doing good work, and that doesn't just mean that the bearers have to be, because like I understand that polar bears are something that needs a little bit of protection, even though we need to be protected from them. Yeah, just I love everything about. It's just it's the perfect example of human bureaucracy having to deal with animal nonsense. Like park rangers struggling to design a bear that's not a bear, struggling to design a bin that's complicated enough that the bearers can't get into it, but simple enough that the tourists can, and I'm struggling with that. It's just like, yes, I love it when animal nonsense interferes with things. Good night, that ravent wolf. We seem to be losing a whole pack of wolves at the moment, but I hope that they are all off happy howling somewhere. One polar bear says, Dila, what are you in for? Yeah, today's going to be 2. You picked a kind of a more complicated one. We do a reveal of all of the other options at the end of stream. That's just so that anybody who's clicking through the replay later can find it easily. And also it's nice to have structure. But I understand if you are not on board for watching Murkrow for the next hour or so. I wish you a good day. Okay, so we're down to 18 now. We have our brim. Sorry this piece is taking us a little while, but we've got some shaping to do. Alright, and now if I do front post, that'll get us turned the right way for the next chunk of the hat. No, I'm sorry, my hook squeaks, particularly once we get past the first Pokemon. And it's not like a lubrication issue, it's just an acrylic yarn on my hook issue. I'm a little self-conscious about it, but we try and rebrand it as that's the Pokemon making that sound. Cool. Some people here have cool jobs. In fact, most of you probably do. It's a very cool job. It just needs a little shaping to the salon. Around and around and around. Oh, it's comforting? Okay, good. It's just chatting back, because like you guys forget, with Mr. Bones preoccupied reading chat and me sitting here talking to you, it's literally just me sitting in a craft room talking to myself for hours. You want to see this hat be done? Oh, I'm doing my best. So we're on the top spoke bit of it now. And it's only 18 around at its widest point. And given that I need it to be, let's see, if the ball would reach to there, how much was that? It was 3 rows up and one of them was used as front post. So that we've just done at 1 front post, and so I'm thinking 3 rows up. And then 2, 3, 6 rows of decreases. Maybe. You recently, is that a typo? 1,912 porcupine quills from a dog? Okay, either that porcupine is either that was a really aggressive porcupine or a dog that just could not learn a lesson. Normally, like, one bonk would be enough to put off. Like, sorry, I do have great. I hope the dog is okay. I'm not joking about the idea of animals getting hurt, but that seems like a really large amount of quills. It feels like the dog went back for seconds and thirds. Also, the dog must have had just an enormous head. Like, the real estate involved with having that many quills. Turns out your walls are really thin, so your neighbors must know you're having a conversation with yourself. If you know their names, just start casually slipping their names into the conversation and just see if anything happens. Me, ooh, I'm a bit hungry. I'm gonna make a smoothie. Takes a bite of banana and I'm full now. Oh, I do that. I totally do that. Sometimes I mistake hunger as a signal for how much instead of for eat now. So like hunger is just a signal to eat now. It does not actually have a size component to it. So I have a bad habit of getting hungry and like prepping a big meal and having a little snack while I wait and then realizing that all I wanted was that mouthful of cheese. Whoops. That's a lot of quills. She thinks she tried to bite. Yeah. Poor puppy. This poor puppy having a bad day. That puppy was lucky that you were there, and the company that you work for was there to help it, and get it sorted out. Oh, I don't know if I want to see. I don't know if I want to see a picture of a dog full of porcupine quills. I'll get you to spoiler that image if it's upsetting or potentially upsetting for folks so that they can make a decision whether they want to see it. You're talking away and you hear one of them cough and you're constantly apologizing towards the wall. Nah, embrace it. I live in an apartment building and like you hear neighbors and dogs and that sort of thing, but you also, there's a lot that you don't hear, and like I can't believe that all of my neighbors live life perfectly silently, so I have to believe that they can't hear that much of what goes on our walls either. But like you hear a little bit, but you're all just one big community sharing a building, so it's just not a big deal. It's just like if you would forgive like a friend or a family member who was like in the next room, if you could hear a slow murmur through the walls, it's just like, yeah, okay, that's normal. That is a people behavior. Like we encourage the people to exhibit people behaviors. Okay, and we'll go around. Okay, decreasing the hat. Gonna have to be careful when I stuff not to stuff the hat. Okay, and that's 4 and then a decrease. Do I just want to keep decreasing at this point? Because the next one will get me down to 12. And 6. Is that tall enough? Not quite. I think we need to do a row of 12, sorry, row of 15 first. And then we'll decrease proper. Talk amongst yourself, class. So I make some notes on the board. The crochet version of Murkrow will have deer in the headlights eyes, or just like the regular Pokemon has. Well, we're gonna go with, well, this was an accident. This just sort of happened. I'm gonna do my best to, probably similar to Forretress eyes, honestly. Do I have Forretress around? Nope. Just nope. Until I can get the Gen 1s out of the room, the Gen 2 ones are kind of just a little bit scattered. But Fortress has eyes that are just like round circles, and then I stitched on the white rings. So with Murkrow, I'll be doing white circles with a stitched on red ring. Hi Kath, you missed Grand Ball. We are at the farm today. Like not literally, but the Pokemon are at the farm today. And you guys managed to pick the 2 not really farm animals that I put in the lineup. And that's okay. Night Caitlin Creations, thank you for hanging out. There we go. Alright, and now we are going to decrease this hat. One day you'll pick Miltank. I'm going to stop offering her for now though. I think she was part of, yeah, she was definitely part of the last 2 streams. Not confirming she's part of today's stream. Okay, I low-key just confirmed she was part of today's stream. Now that's, I mean, we were doing a cow theme. Wait, we've done 3 Gen 2 streams so far. So yeah, she was part of the last 2. Not including today, and I haven't confirmed anything. Ah! No, she wasn't one of the fat bearers. Never mind. Sorry. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I lost count of what I was doing for a little bit there, but it landed the right number of stitches and we're fine. Everyone be avoiding kind of thing. Yeah, I know, but it's rude of me to acknowledge it. Like, I'm just like, nobody tell other people the answers. And then I'm just sitting here going, oh yeah, nah, Miltank, man. That Miltank be tanking all over the place. Dodge the Miltank. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. Exactly, I had to include the cow in the farm theme. Also, yeah. Okay, good. I think this is coming out pretty proportionate. I don't think the rim of the hat is quite as wide as it would have looked better as, particularly once we had eyes and beak and stuff, but I did my best. And it went out to 45 stitches. Okay, so it's like, it's not like we phoned it in. We wouldn't call it Dodge the Tank, we'd have to call it Battleship. Okay, we nearly finished the hat now. Battleships, but all of the colours are in grayscale. Maybe! Like, I really like giving you guys a vote of some kind. Otherwise, I'd be like spinning wheels and throwing darts at Pokédexes and just going a little bit more chaotic with it. But, I don't know. I kind of like being a little hands-off on it. Like, I have enough control to pick a couple that I'd be willing to attempt, but not so much control that I actually know what I'm going to be doing on any given stream. And that's kind of a really nice place to be. I like that. So honestly, as we get deeper in, I'll be able to put like the literal Pokemon names on the screen and still not know what I'm going to be making. Because I have just a big blank space where gens 6, 7, 8, and 9 should be. I probably could recognize them and be like, oh hey, that's a Pokemon. But you think I could name most of them? Probably not. Might have overstuffed this a little bit. I'm going to have to sew the brim shut. Chuck a few pins in there for now so it holds it. Did you, Annie? You think everyone voting here can't review? Yeah, probably. Oh, you want to boop the turtle? Boop.
Yes.
Okay. Alright, I'm just going to go straight to putting eyes on. So I think maybe with some eyes it might help it a little bit. Look a little bit less like a... I don't know what it looks like now, but we're working on it. Just a little magic ring 6 should do the trick. Have I decided who's going to be the last one, aka the Gyarados of the gen? I have not. So I'm open to suggestions at this point. I'll even pop the Pokemon on the screen for a little bit if you like. Murkrow. Duck. So yeah, I am open to suggestions as to who our finale Mon should be for this particular one. We still have the option of making it Celebi or Lugia, like one of the legendary ones. And we no longer have to deal with the chaos of them turning up in Soul Silver, because the next run that we start will be limited to, I think it's going to be just to Gen 5. So we have some control here. We actually have the option of making this as a choice. Sorry, I'm writing notes down off to the side there. Oh wow, that's really far behind. A life-size ferret. Oh, this is just like that body pillow-sized Gyarados. Happy time zone, Mitch. Oh, do you think Quagmire looks good? Thank you. I'm a little bit, I've taken the mouth off the one that we have here, because I'm a little insecure about that particular one. Miltank has dark blue eyes, and I've learned that you like navy. Honestly, you guys enjoy any color that's not a beige, a yellow, or like even purple. Like purple has become one of our default colors. Because purple used to get picked all the time because it was special, whereas like now you guys salivate. You go feral for a green. So like I know if I throw an interesting color in the mix, it's going to be the one that gets picked, and that's fine. Why not include Gen 3 and 4 for the Gen 5 playthrough? I understand why no Gen 2 since you're doing the live streams. Well, because, hang on, let me show you. Because we're already a really far way through Gen 3, and we're about a third of the way through the other two gens as well. In fact, I have the actual digits here. Oh, I can't read them out though because of Soul Silver. Yeah, we're between a quarter or a third, one quarter to 1/3 of the way through the other gens, and so while I could include them in the challenge as well, based on the Soul Silver run, it took us a couple of years to get through it. So I want to make sure that I leave room for this, because we're going to be finished Gen 2 by midway through next year, so we'll be already onto Gen 3. Like, I'm just trying to leave myself leeway to do it that way, and in the meantime, Gen 5 is the biggest gen. It's 156 Pokemon. It's going to take a lot of chipping away to get that one done. And so by my reckoning here, right, say we start a run that's Gen 5, possibly with Gen 6, which is a little gen, but say it's just Gen 5. By the time we get through Gen 2, 3, and 4, Gen 5 will be most of the way done. We can pass that off onto the stream. And the next challenge can take over. So I'm allowing 2 years there. So it all kind of like rationalizes out a little bit. Unknown as the final mon, but we marathon all 28 variations. Corey, are you volunteering your hook? We could all do one each. And Lechonk is the lonely Pokemon of his gen in the list. That is true. I feel bad for Lechonk. But it is what it is. Do we want to go Beaky now? We could go Beaky now. Yeah. So we've hit a pretty good stride with these streams. We've been doing about 2 Pokemon per week with them. And I will add that part of that is, it's because I've got a lot of other stuff going on in the background. If things quieten down on the other channel, and by that I just mean like my content, currently my content's taking up a lot of like filming time and editing space and all that blah, blah, blah. But every Pokemon I make on stream comes with a certain amount of homework between streams. So when I have quieter weeks, I'm more happy to do 3 Pokemon on stream. But like we've been doing 2 and chugging along that way. And did I update the counter? This is meant to be Pokemon number 40. We have 60 Pokemon left of this gen, meaning, Soul Silver notwithstanding, we should have 30 more streams for this gen, hypothetically. That's how that all works out. And y'all can do the math. What's 30 weeks from today? Crochet, picot, single crochet. Yeah, we're almost halfway. Well, we were already at like 33, I think, before we started, and so there's just not a big gap between 1/3 and half. Lechonk, yeah, I know Lechonk needs a buddy. Don't feel lonely for him. He's being very brave, and he's flying the flag for his gen, and he's bringing up the rear for us really nicely. And how would we know that the scroll was over if our boy wasn't back there helping? Yeah, I get it too, guys. I know. For what it's worth, the Lechonk we've actually made is one of the only Pokemon that's actually like chilling with the bunch up there, because he lives with the pigs. He's happy. He's rolling around in the muck. Yeah, May. That's what I mean. We're going to be done with Gen 2 by May. That's going to, like, you're going to blink and we're going to miss this whole generation. That said, that's if we focus on Gen 2 the whole time. I'm open to the idea of taking a week and doing a Gen 3 theme, or as I mentioned, like a time travel theme to go back and fix ones that we don't like. But it's also just really cool to be like chomping our way through it like that. Sorry. Maybe Lechonk is an introvert and likes to be alone. Well, I would relate to that, and that's probably why I think it's fine for him to be by himself, but I also like that he's having conversations with himself and apologizing to his neighbors. There is no one on the other side of the walls. Blink and miss a whole generation. Yeah, that sounds like what happened between 2014 and now. Oh, everyone just stop that. 2014 was 11 years ago. Four and 5. Yeah, look, Lechonk is really happy he gets the zoomies. He can be anywhere he wants to be in Gen 5. How big's your beak, mate? We're getting close. We're getting close to the size of your beak. I think maybe one more row and then the nose piece. The nozzle. Just asking for Lugia. Will you do him like a nugget like Ho-Oh and the legendary birds? I do like them to match. So I might review, but then we recently did Latias, and Latias turned into like a reasonably sized Pokemon. So yeah, I'm not expecting him to be huge. He'll probably be about the same size as the others, which the idea has always been they're meant to be like, you know? Or he's been setting up all the furniture and getting all the snacks ready for his fellow Gen 9s and now just waiting for them to show up. Mr. Bones, stop that! How do I silence the mod? Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Mr. Bones has a powerful talent for storytelling. It's just he pretty frequently chooses to use that power for evil. And I do not support this. Night, Corey. Thanks for hanging out. I think I did that upside down. Hold, please. Mr. Burns? That's it.
They asked. Would you like some Pepsi?
No, thank you. If you don't get back to your screen, you're not going to see that you've been put in a 1 minute timeout. Because I actually did put you in a timeout.
What?
He's gone. He's gone. He'll be back soon. I hope he'll be back soon. I don't know how to bring him back if he doesn't come back soon. I'm having regrets. Look, okay, I'm an emotional lightweight. I just don't feel the need to, like, cry every time I see the Pokédex for the next 3 years. So, like, no, we're gonna just, like, stomp on that one real quick. And just hope that the joke is being received as intended. I don't know how to res the skeleton. I hope he comes back. Should have only been for a minute. I think that minute has passed. I've been given a thumbs up. We're okay. It's all fun and games until someone gets banned. Beak. Hey, hi Duchess Cassandra, welcome back. It's fine, I'll perform a res ritual in a little bit. For the mons with notable gender differences, will I do both? Sorry Annie, I missed the question before. I don't know. So at the moment, like in the early gens, I don't think there is any, like, I get that there is, like, Pikachu has different tails and that sort of thing, but, like, close enough. Whereas I know that there are some with some really distinct differences coming up in later gens, and I haven't made that decision yet. My intention is for there to be one Pokemon in every box in our Crochetdex. I might even look up what living dex rules are, because that's kind of what we're building. We're building a living Crochetdex, and so if living dex rules say you have to have one of each gender, okay. If living dex rules doesn't care, I don't care. Yes, please leave any timestamps. Oh, you can't really comment while we're live still, but like any timestamps in the Discord is also good. I'm trying to start keeping documented ones for that. He only got timed out for a minute. He could be back now if he wanted to be, but he's gone. I'm going to go check on that situation in a minute. Oh yeah? I think he's looking pretty good. Don't get me wrong, I know he's missing hat points and a couple other thingies. I'm gonna go check on Mr. Bones. I better not catch any of y'all panicking when the rules specifically say not to. He's fine. I just went out there, I was like, please say something. They think you're mad at me. He's checking his other messages. Yes, the theme today is we are at the farm. Well, I put the lipstick on the Wobbuffet because we caught a female one in the game. Like, that's how it works. Like, if it comes up in a challenge, I make the version that comes up in the challenge. Was really kind of hoping that Unknown would resolve its own letter thing for me by doing that. And it didn't. So, great. But, yeah. So, like, even if there's a distinct difference, if we catch a female one as part of one of the challenges, then that's the one we're making. Yeah, no, Mr. Bones is fine. Looks like the rules are one of each species, but you can expand to do one of each form. Okay, cool. So one of each species is probably the initial goal, particularly as we're not doing regional forms at the moment. We're not doing regional forms and we're not doing megas. I'm not saying that we're not like going to go back and do like the Mega form, the Dynamax form, the Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious forms, the various regional forms. Like, I'm not ruling any of that out, but to me that's like post Crochetdex content. My goal right now is living decks. Get one Pokemon in each box in that Crochetdex. And as mentioned, we're about 24% of the way through all of them. That said, Pokemon ZA hasn't come out yet, and I don't know if they're unveiling like new Pokemon or just new Megas. If it's just new Megas, we're fine, we're still on track. If they unveil 100 new Pokemon out of somewhere, then obviously that bumps all of our stats back a little bit and we got to pick up the pace. Hat Spike. Is that better? He can't see you now. We'll just fill it in. It's like we coloured it in, it's fine. Should prop it up a little bit so it's on the right angle. He's kind of a weird center of gravity. Yeah, we could totally do an option as an alt form. Yeah, Legends ZA is coming out soon. I am undecided about whether I'm going to get it straight away. I'm considering it. I still have just my original Switch. I haven't upgraded that. probably won't do that right away because I'm still really enjoying Pokemon Snap. I'm not done with it yet. Every night I've been doing a couple like cycles through the ocean levels, and it's just been really lovely. But I don't know. I'm finding it a little off-putting that with ZA coming out and already costing, it's like $80-90. They've already announced a DLC coming out, I think February or March next year, which is going to be like another $50-60. And I'm just like, y'all, if you're putting a game out, put a game out. That DLC better not just be like a Pokédex expansion, you know what I mean? Like, DLC definitely has a time and a place, but I've been a little bit spoiled by Concerned Ape. And there's DLC I'd be willing to pay for. Like, if they unlocked new regions, for example, in Pokemon Snap, I'd pay. Like, I'd pay another full price of a game to double the size of the game I'm playing. It's just, I'm feeling kind of weird about it. Because to me, that's not just signing up for like a $90 game. That's me signing up for a $150 game. And I would never spend $150 on a game. I have not watched Delicious James's photo album playlist, but I am going to write that down and do that. Because I have encountered Delicious James a little bit on my travels. And I feel like I would enjoy this thing of which you speak. Like, I think it's going to be a beautiful game. And I think it's going to be really enjoyable. I still can't quite get straight in my head if it's the next one in the Arceus series, which I haven't even played Arceus yet, or if it's like a next mainline game. And I know someone's told me it's kind of like Effect and Affect. I can't quite keep them straight in my head no matter how many times I'm told. But I'll work it out. I always do. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably enough, honestly. Nicole is only taking pictures of Pokemon booty. That's hilarious. I love that. I support that journey. Yeah, the DLC should have at least waited until the first wave of people bought the game so that they were tricked into knowing that they'd have to buy more later. Whereas, like, now I've got this advanced knowledge, I'm just like, yikes. That's a terrible spike for this hat. But if I put it down there, that's a bit better. Okay, we'll only do one spike for the hat for now. I've got the pattern there. I can easily duplicate that later. It's a little on the shrimpy side, but it gets the profile correct. I think profile-wise, we're doing pretty good. So I think next we should do the neck and the body. And as mentioned, I want to start at the top here. And I think that is literally just, yeah, that's a magic ring of 6 right there. And I'll do like front loops and back loops here so that I have like some loops to use to sew it on properly, nice and securely. Action is the action, effect is the end result. Thanks, Annie. That's not going to stick. I know that. I could have even have told you that. But when I go to use it, I just can't get them straight. I would not pay $150 for a game, cries in Sims. Yeah, no, but like, if you're getting fun and enjoyment out of it, and if it is providing value to you, there's just no judgment involved here. I have a Steam library full of games to play, and like they just had their sale, and I bought 3 more games, but I got 3 games for like $30 combined. And I've still got like the new Hades game there waiting for me that I have had for over a year since early access, and I haven't played it yet. And you know what I mean? It's just like I have so many games I can play that I've already bought, and I'm just a little bit too cheap to be like, I'm going to throw $150 away on this. Particularly as the Pokemon Lego is coming out early next year, and they've already silence yourself for a little bit if you don't want Lego spoilers, but they've already released what some of the sets are going to be. And one of the sets is going to be like $650 US, which is pretty close to 1,000 Australian. And it's going to be a massive 7,000 piece set that is Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. I don't know if I want them that big. I'm open to it. They've also said that there's going to be a Pikachu with a Pokeball and an Eevee as 2 of their like early release sets. And I'm just like, I'm thinking about doing the major sets. I just don't know if I want giant starter Pokemon in my house. If it had been Gyarados, I would have done it. Magikarp even, I would have done it. Gyarados with Magikarp, I would have already spent my money. But That's a lot of money for some really giant statues of these Pokemon. Because, like, they'd be 2,000 pieces each, so they'll be really large. And I just don't know if that's my vibe. And, like, I'm so down to I've been saving up my Lego dollars. I'm down to put a chunk of cash towards these Pokemon sets and share them with you on stream if you were interested. But, like, they've doubled down on that, and I would have preferred other Pokemon in that set, or slightly smaller. Yeah, it's $650 for the 3 starters, but there are some theories out there that they might come with stuff that allows you to evolve them, which would add value to them. So, like, Bulbasaur would come with the pieces to turn it into Venusaur, maybe. That changes the value proposition for me a little bit, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Where would I even store them? Exactly. Like, I have a whole china cabinet for Lego. They would not fit in it or on it. It's a bit much for me. I would have preferred them to, if they'd priced that set even at like a $200 range and made them 1,000 pieces each, so half the size, that's a different value proposition to me, and it's worth it. But I don't even know if hardcore fans are interested in having like a basically life-size Charmander. What am I talking about? Of course they are. You're planning on getting the Switch 2 and Legends ZA combo pack, which will save you some money. Oh, Jackie, I didn't know they were doing a combo, but if they're doing that, maybe I'll look into that as well. Anyway, I gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. I just got caught up prattling away about my Lego. Just like, I've been specifically trying not to buy Lego this year to save up for that Lego. Like, well, not as much Lego as I would have otherwise bought. I like the creaturey Lego. The pigeon is still like my favorite one for this year. Yeah, that's the thing. It's an activity I wouldn't mind engaging with, but not at that price. And then I have to kind of deal with having it in the house. Whereas, like, the little creatures, it brings me joy to have the little creatures. The giant Pokemon, it's just like, I look at them and I'm just like, if I wanted a giant Pokemon, I could make one, make a video out of it, and maybe recoup some of the costs. Whereas, like, with Lego, that is just something I spend money on for my own enjoyment. But also cool. Because, like, if I wanted just giant Lego around, I would have gotten that giant T-Rex skeleton. Because that was cool, but I just didn't want it in the house afterwards. So, I love that they've got a little control center inside the T-Rex skeleton that has a little frog and a steering wheel, so it's a little frog piloting the dinosaur. It's just a really fun wink to both Jurassic Park and just Lego in general. Very fun. Body. Magic ring 6. Back loop only 6. And we're going to do another 6. If you break them down not long after building, that's fair enough. But even then, that's a... excuse me. That's a massive storage thing as well. I keep most of my... So the sets that I love, right, are the Creator 3-in-1s that are all the creaturey ones. I have a lot of them. I don't have that many that have come out in the last 6 months because, as mentioned, I've been like trying to be a little bit more responsible, knowing that I might be a little irresponsible with these Pokemon sets when they come out. Because goodness knows if they release, I don't know what I'm saying. Like, there are certain ones that they could release that I would just shut up and take my money and not even care if it's a realistic sized Gyarados. You know what I mean? Even a realistic sized Magikarp, I would like a Magikarp of the same size we're talking about. I would have that. I relate to that little guy. I love that little guy. And I understand most people feel that way about the starters, but for me, Magikarp is the way. Come on, brain. You got this. You've got this conversation. You can finish your thought. I don't remember what I was saying. I'm sorry. Oh, right. I like the creatures. And I keep them. I keep them assembled in my china cabinet. Sometimes I'll do little themes. Like, a lot of them have like a bird form, and I've currently got my thing set up like a bird cage. Like, I've just made the bird forms of all of the ones I have out there, whereas like a lot of them turn into a fish form as well, and it's been a while since I've done a fish tank, and I might do a fish tank at some point. Like, that's fun to me. I like having the option of doing that. Thank you for the blessings. Oh, kitty basket. That was pretty much it. I think my rant has run out of steam a little bit. Long story short, I think that they've made the best choices that they could regarding the Pokemon that I think will sell, but they're just too big for me personally. And I was really excited about them, and I'm still low-key hoping that they do a Magikarp Gyarados set at some point. I can make a video trying to make the Pokemon the same size as the Lego version. The problem is that I can kind of see the future of that, because I know that I crochet at 29 stitches a minute, or about 1,000 an hour, and I know that those two don't necessarily math out, but it's to do with like how long you can maintain pace. And I also know that, you know, particularly now I've done the raccoon video, I have a very firm grasp on the fact that like what size is how many stitches, and so they would be smaller than the biggest raccoon, which is 12,370 stitches. I'd say that they would be about the same size as about 10,000 stitches, so I know it would take me about 10 hours. Like, unfortunately, it doesn't feel like a challenge if I already have a pretty firm grasp on the answer. Alright, I think I was supposed to do Picots before now, but I can always add them as a collar afterwards. I'll admit I'm losing steam a little bit here. Do we have a name collection happening for Murkrow yet? Okay, Kitty Basket, I have the Tiger 3-in-1. I bought it for myself for my birthday the year it came out. Did you get the version before they censored it? Because they changed it at one point. It has a tiny pink flower piece that goes in a specific location, and I have that one there, and that makes me laugh so hard. I'm wondering if you've got the same version. Yes, the raccoons, they stacked. At the end of the video, I stacked up the raccoons. In fact, I stacked them multiple times throughout, but you only got to see them right at the end. Does it take longer to build or crochet them? That's true, Cian. I must have been bitten by something. This is a really itchy but invisible spot. Okay, current name list is Crow Nelius, Corfather, Corfioso, and Crowdelia. Speak now or forever hold your cause. Mega Victory Bell Beanbag. Oh, that poor boy. What did they do to him? I know a lot of people like it. I can't get on board. It just feels like Pokemon abuse. It feels like the Pokemon is like a cat that's gotten caught halfway through the blinds, and instead of helping the cat, we're just saying, oh look, it's evolved. Like, it's evolved now with this cool new blinds feature. It's like, that's what Mega Victory Bell looks like to me. Like a Pokemon that's gotten himself into trouble, and instead of fixing it and helping him, we're just like, oh look, it evolved. No, it's in trouble, help it. Hocus Crocus. Hocus Crocus.
That's good.
Hocus Crocus.
Yep, I like it. Did you know that crows have started helping the Royal Flying Doctor Service?
Really?
Yeah, they love a good cause.
Oh. You had me.
So.
Yeah, well, do you know that red-tailed hawks like to set fires? They've discovered it makes their prey creatures run out of cover. It makes it easier to hunt, and they're willing to burn down half the country if it means they get an easier snack. Hocus Crocus is good. Of course, Hocus Crocus is also the name, not to be confused with the toad with the cauldron, which is actually called Hocus Crocus. It's spelled differently, so we will allow it. It's a unique application of the pun, and it will stand. I'm creating turtleneck. Is that what Talonflame is based on, is it? Some of the new megas are a little bit funny. Like I also saw the new mega. Oh, what's his name? Froakie turns into Greninja. There we are. The mega Greninja is basically just Greninja stuck to the ceiling. Which is entertaining to me. And to be clear here, I like Greninja enough that I shiny hunted him and I have a shiny Greninja on my team. His name is Koroikero, which I'm pretty sure means the black ribbit, and if it means anything else, I apologize. That's just me, in my lame-brained way, sticking the word for black and the word for ribbit together. There we go. The megas have always been kind of wonky. Yeah, like Ampharos with his Fabio hair. It's like, it's just not honestly, all of those little bolt-on attachment type of things that they do with the megas and the Dynamaxing and all that sort of stuff. I'm not super into the battling. I'm into the collecting, and so they're temporary states of being, and I tend to disregard them. If he's bapping you on the arm with his paws to get you to go to sleep. Keyblade Mistress, it might be time to go then. Did I like Mega Gyarados? Looks more like a koi fish. I actually approve of that particular one. I do think he's cooler in his long worm form, but his mega form is still a cool piece of design. Whereas like a lot of them are kind of goofy. Alright, back loops only. I gotta take a second and write down a whole bunch of stuff. We chained 4 and slip stitch and 2 single crochet and then slip stitched across. And we did that 6 times. Now in the front, no, those were the front loops, not the back loops. Floops, not bloops. Now we're blooping, and we're going to increase around. Happy time zone, everybody! Who's leaving and who's arriving. There's a bit of a combination of stuff going on right now. This stream has gone slightly longer than some of our more recent ones, which is a good thing. I think it's giving a chance for the late crew to show up. Should have marked the back loops. That's on me. You're too old to understand the megas and anything else they added after like gold and silver. Fair. That's fair. I mean, I showed off my little collection last stream, but it turns out that I have a copy of Soul Silver, and it turns out that Soul Silver is worth like $200 these days. So that was a fun surprise. It's mine though. I should find my Pokewalker. I reckon it's in a box somewhere. Really hoping I didn't just chuck it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 12. 12. 1, 2, 8, 9, 12. Cool. Alright. And we'll go up to 15. You have the uncensored tiger. I actually don't know if they retired the set or they just took that piece away, but people were really not happy about the tiger butthole. So funny to me. So funny. What's funny is that if nobody made a big deal out of it, nobody would have even known it was there. It's such a, like, an innocuous little piece. Mine, I built as the tiger, and it has just stayed as the tiger. So I haven't made the red panda or the koi fish, but next time I do, like, a fish theme, I'm going to have a freshwater pond and have my koi fish and the frogs and various others there. Night, Rachel. Thanks for hanging out. And also, welcome back to the replay. That's a pretty good turtleneck, I think, that we've made there. I mean, the blue isn't showing up perfect, like, super well on the camera, but I think that looks pretty good. That looks very paper bag and scruffy. And then that goes there. Y'all, I'm impressing myself. I think he's looking pretty good. I do need to start thinking more about the shaping rather than just, like, mindlessly doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14. Okay, around once more. You started with the koi and after months turned it into the red panda. I think it's time for the tiger by now. Fair. That said, I also bought the kitten set and I built it as the pigeon, and that thing is staying as a pigeon forever. I don't even know what the other shapes are because like they were selling it as for a kitten. I'm just like, no, man, pigeon. Don't bury the lead here. That is clearly a pigeon. And so I built the pigeon and it's staying as a pigeon because it's the best piece of Lego I own. It's funny, okay? The tiger thing is funny. Okay. Is that enough? No, it does flare further out. He's a demanding little crow, this guy. So here's the problem, right? We have to flare it more on one side than we are on the other. So I'd say currently we are like here. And I guess that's still even. It's just by next row it has to be more at the back. I could start establishing more at the back now, which would help this slope be more gradual, and so that is what I should do. There's currently no direction, no rotation to this, so I can choose where the front and where the back is. It's easiest to have the back at the back, but if I have to start doing close-offs, no, I'll only be closing off as much as I'm increasing now, so it should be fine. I'm just making sure that I'm not going to end up in a place where I need decreases wrapping over the end of rows, and I should be okay. So we are 15 around at the moment, I believe. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to go 3. No, we're going to go 2 rounds of 4 single crochet and an increase. And then 4 single crochet and an increase 3. And from here on out, everything's going to be just that little bit more complicated. It's fine. I have a bad habit of always assuming every comment is sincere. Sarcasm doesn't always land with me, which is funny because most people would have described me as relatively sarcastic growing up. But I find that, at least on the internet and in written form, I tend to assume the best of people. So if you're trying to hurt my feelings, you're all gonna have to try harder. That's it. Please don't try harder. My feelings are small and easily squished. You've had the unopened box of the Lego A-frame cabin for literal years now and really should get started on that one. Yeah, see, the buildings don't interest me. I'm feral for a creature, but the buildings are just like, pass. Don't care. It's like I see some people get really excited about like this Black Pearl Pirates of the Caribbean type ship that's coming out, and I'm just like, nah. Alright. Night, Daiquiri Rose. Have fun with your gaming. Sorry, guys. I need to go blow my nose. I'm going to just throw us to break for 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'm so thrilled with that transition. All right, sorry, I'm back. Let's get this going. All right, so we've started increasing at the back now, which means we have to continue. We have to keep up that momentum. I do think this is as wide as I want the front to be, though, so that does actually simplify this a great deal. So that would mean 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Good. Stay hydrated. Well, good. Mudkip's a good little hydration friend. Mudkip wants you to stay hydrated. Nope, we're not humming songs. We're not humming songs on stream. Okay, the cabin show that you like, does that happen to be like Yellow Jackets? Because, like, well, I've run out of interest to watch the show itself. I'd still be very interested to know how it ends. So I do hope that they finish it properly. TV shows these days, let me just put my old folks hat on. TV shows these days are taking too long to make. And like my window of interest is just not as big as they seem to think it is. I can maintain interest in a show for like 12 months tops without new content. And it's like with Stranger Things. I really enjoyed the Stranger Things couple of series that we had. I think that the last season that they did, I think it was the last one, with the If I Only Could Make a Deal with God song as like the main theme running through it, and Eddie, who didn't love Eddie? It's just like that season was phenomenal. That actually, I liked that season pretty much the most out of any of them, and like they had my interest at an all-time high. They've taken so long to bring out this next season that I'm not going to bother. I feel like it's just not for me anymore. I feel like it's for the whoever discovers it after that time has passed. They took way too long. Like, people have grown old and died, folks. No, it's an old 90s show called Due South. Okay, haven't heard of that one. Hocus Crocus is definitely on the name list for potential Murkrows. That was 4? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I liked that one. I thought it brought a lot of interesting stuff together. I thought that they established some really interesting things. I even liked the first one enough that when the second finally came out, I watched the first season again. But I don't feel like watching it all again now. It feels like such an awful lot of hard work, and I just, yeah. They've taken too long, and I have lost interest. Yeah, I also don't know how they can take that long. But I'm guessing it's to do with special effects or the production cycle, or I don't know. I know that TV shows, don't get me wrong, I think that employee rights are better now than they have been in the past. But I used to know that they used to get a season of a show out every year. And these days, you'll either like a show just to find out that they're not going to finish making it because it wasn't popular enough in its first season, or they'll take 11 years to make a second season. And so in which case, why would I waste time watching the first season in either, like, it's a lose-lose scenario. Either they'll never make more, or they'll take so long to make more, I won't care anymore. So, cool. Best to stick with shows that I know won't disappoint me, which currently means that I'm rewatching Superstore. But that's only because I was watching Parks and Rec again. So, okay, this isn't quite proportional, but it's doing its best. He can't, like, his collar got a little away from me. I think his collar is a little too big, but everything else is kind of doing okay. I think that's as wide around as we go, honestly, folks. Which is a tidy little 21 stitches, which works for me. So I'm going to do a row of single crochet and just see how we feel about it. And then we might be closing that tail off again. Sherlock flashbacks fair. The actors are like married now. Like, I'm just not going to buy into the idea that they are like 13 and 14-year-old kids of like saving the world when I know for a fact that they're like, yeah, anyway. Modern Family, phenomenal. I actually have that one there. It's one of the ones that have made it onto my DVD shelf because I'm a little bit funny about content just vanishing off the internet. Modern Family, I will rewatch. Modern Family's on my comfy show list. It's got good vibes. You don't mind so much when the seasons are self-contained stories when you don't need a second season to resolve anything. It would just be a happy surprise if they did. Yeah, like, that's fine. One thing I actually really admire about a lot of anime storytelling, I'm not saying it's all of them, because we all know One Piece, but a lot of anime storytelling, they have the story they're trying to tell, they tell it, and they stop. And it doesn't matter if that show is making them huge amounts of money, they don't tack on extra series on the end just to keep dragging it out. They make the show is done, they tell their story, they stop. And honestly, that's really refreshing, and I appreciate it, and I applaud it. I really hope they make the next season of Delicious in Dungeon, though. I'm a little out of the loop, they might have already done it, but the first season was really good, and I really liked it. Together. Crochet. Oh, we might even do a 5 together just to get a real pointy butt on this tail. How'd that turn out for us? Possibly a little too pointy. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to go around again. 21. The hair has a lot of texture today. Mr. Bones is out here baiting people. Westworld, single season, really gold, and they didn't make any more seasons, and that's okay. Y'all, please don't disillusion him. Also, Westworld is no longer available to watch anywhere online as far as I can tell, which is really weird. It's a bigger problem when they take a long time if there's child actors involved. Yeah, they solved that in Walking Dead by just having zombies eat all the children. Once you know that fact, you can't watch that show the same way because you'll notice that it's happening. Yeah, so like when you like something like Modern Family, in my case, you go out and you get it and you have it. That said, Mr. Bones and I have quite a large, I think it's large, I think it's fairly sizable. I've been collecting since I was a teenager. DVD collection. So, yeah. Yeah, we have the content. That said, we had to go out and buy a little like disc reader for our PCs because when we upgraded them all over the last 5 years, none of them have disc drives anymore, so we can't watch DVDs on them. My DVD player is not currently plugged in, or it died. I genuinely don't know which one it is. Loot? Loot? No. There is actually... Mr. Bones, block your ears. Don't listen to what I'm about to say. There's like 3 seasons of Westworld. It's just Mr. Bones really likes the first season and doesn't really like the rest. And so he just tells himself there's only 1 season. And we all abide by that, okay? But the first season is also very good. I will say that. That was an early date night show for me and Mr. Bones. Yeah, I've had DVDs oxidize, but I only realized it this year. I encountered my first one. And I've had, like, some of my DVDs are a good 20 years old now. But I have, like, for example, the first 4 seasons of Castle on DVD. I didn't watch the whole show, but I like the first 4 seasons, apparently, and I have that. A bunch of the discs got, I think it's called disc rot. They basically, like, oxidized and they can't be played anymore from that. Which is funny, because like some of my older DVDs just are fine. They're fine. Yeah, it's blamed on DVDs stored in inconsistent temperatures, but as somebody with a couple of hundred DVDs out there, for there only to be one disc in the whole box set having that problem, I'm not buying it. I just reckon that there's like, as we entered a realm of mass production on DVDs, I think that there was just the quality degraded. They weren't designed to last forever anymore. No, honey, it can't just be melted off with nail polish remover. I will show you the disc in question. It's gone. Oh, excuse me. Right, I do think I need to start closing off the front now. He's a chunky little crow. He's had too many pies. And is currently 19 stitches around, which is fine because one of them is going to be a decrease 3, which gets rid of the odd number. We're fine. Then we have a decrease roughly there and a decrease roughly there. And we are currently 1 stitch in from that end. So we can work this out. We can. So that uses up 4 of the 19 stitches, leaving 15 remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, leaving 11 remaining. Really leaving 10 remaining because we will keep it balanced. 3 lots of... It should be 4. But I don't think it's 4. Let's say it's 4 across the front. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 6 remaining, so that's then 3 and 3, leaving 4, 4 and 4. Perfect, cool. We did it, everybody. We won the math trophy. Everybody's a princess. We all get a tiara. 3 single crochet, decrease, 4 single crochet, decrease, 4 single crochet 3 together, and a single crochet. You got tickets to Waitress the musical? Oh wow. I like the songs from that one. Believe there's a ton of DVDs from Warner Brothers or something like that. Anyway, they had a huge disc degradation issue. Yours could be part of that. Yeah, potentially. It's not something that I noticed or thought about or worried about until I encountered my first one that has it. But I've only encountered one that has it. So I don't think it's going to be a massively prevalent issue. I think that some things are just going to decay, just like some things are going to be deleted forever off the internet for some reason. This math ain't mathin'. Hold on a sec. Sorry. The math was not mathing. But that's okay. We went back and we remathed it. We're still winners. $20, $21, $22, $23. Yeah, so I actually went up an extra size and just didn't write the notes down. Which is fine. Or did I just forget to do that row? No, I've definitely started to do that row. Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry, I'm calibrated again now. Not like the series being 1 year later and the actors are 10 years older. Yeah, it's just like they kind of lost me at that. I think they had a fantastic, sorry if we're still talking about Stranger Things, they had a fantastic cast. They found some like really talented kids, and I understand then they need to make sure that like working conditions are okay for everybody, and that's fair, and that caused some delays, and they need to make sure that like the writers' strikes caused delays, and like more power to them. I'm not speaking against the writers' strikes. It's just, how does it take this many years to get 8 episodes of a show out? And there's some shows that didn't get a DVD release or only the first couple of seasons. Like what? Yeah, there was a Grease show that they released called like The Pink Ladies, I think it was. And they've basically just pretend that doesn't exist. And I never got to watch it. I was interested in watching it, but it's gone. It never got a DVD release. It, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't exist. And I don't like that. I think it's 15. Yeah, Wednesday took 3 years. Again? Wednesday took a bunch of time. I watched the first season. I liked it well enough. I didn't like it well enough to maintain my interest for however many years it took. 3 years. If they'd released the next season within 6 to 12 months, I potentially would have watched it. I'm not gonna bother now. Like, again, it feels like it was a show that was meant for someone else. It doesn't feel like it was meant for me anymore. I don't know if they'll ever actually stop releasing DVDs, just because it's a really good profit engine, to the point where you're actually seeing the music industry circle back around to it now with things like vinyl records and CD sales. You'd think that music would be treated the same way as visuals, and I get that it's a little different because there's way more visual platforms out there, but with things like Spotify and like Apple Music and like all of those sorts of ones, there is still a massive market in physical sales, and that is because the physical sales, I believe the artist gets to keep a bigger portion of it. And it's one thing that I heard. I don't know how true it is, but basically if you're a musician, you don't actually really make that much money from streaming services. You make your money from touring. You make your money from selling the merch. It's something that sort of, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's something that rang really true for me, and like it makes sense to me. And that is why things like concerts are still a thing, even though streaming is a thing. And you can listen to, if you're willing to like sit through 15 ads to listen to 14 songs, you can listen to them on Spotify or YouTube or whatever. But you could buy a CD as well, and they'll get a bigger cut. Traditional media has still these old systems in place that still allow people to be compensated for their work. So it's just like, I don't think physical media is going away because I think it's too powerful of a profit engine, and people like to collect things, even in a place where like the economy is really kind of crazy. At least our generation, like the younger end of the, are we the older end of the millennials, the younger end? Anyway, the millennials are collectors. Like, we like to collect things. I have a DVD collection. We like to have things and store them and have them so that they are there, and there's a sense of permanence to it. We like to put our silly little Lego builds into our fancy china cabinet as though it's the precious family heirlooms, and I think that's fine. So yeah, I don't think physical medium's going anywhere while there is still an audience for it willing to put money into it. Is all I was getting at there. Excuse me. Alright, just stopping to write a couple of notes. Got a little ranty. We're gonna pull our heads in, and we're gonna get this done the rest of the way. Don't you worry about that. That's true. The experience of a concert cannot be replicated. There is a feeling that live music has that cannot be faked with speakers. It's a vibrational thing. It took you a while to accept swapping to digital games. I like digital games for the convenience, and I will say, I have shelves out there full of books. I can also love my e-reader. They are serving two different functions for me. I adore Dungeon Crawler Carl. I have the audiobooks on Audible, and I have the book, like the digital copies of the books. I've gone out of my way to buy physical copies of these books, because physical medium has a value to it. And it's just like, human beings are just funny little guys, right? We like to wear what we like on our sleeves. We like people to come into our house and look at the stuff that we like and have it be a representation of our collective interests. And so we're just these funny little beans, and we want people to be able to look on the shelves and be like, oh, hey, they like these things. They like green triangles and yellows, and they like these books, and they like these movies. And it's just, streaming service can't replace that. What did I miss? You just discovered a person who's crocheting a map of Stardew Valley pixel by pixel. I think I've seen someone do that before. I've definitely seen the cross stitches of it. Very cool. So I mean, people love their stuff. And let's not overlook the fact that while while like games you buy on Steam, like digital games, the idea of going and buying a cartridge isn't as like stock standard anymore. A lot of these games are getting translated into board game territory. Like I know Slay the Spire has a board game coming out, Stardew Valley has a board game version. Like a lot of these games are finding ways to cross over into the physical medium. And besides the fact that like a lot of these games have like not just t-shirts, but like physical figurines and stuff that you get as an extension of the fandom of them. As I sit here making literal Pokemon. Like the games themselves are no longer physical, but they still very much exist in physical worlds. Sorry, I'm having some new thoughts right now, and I'm ranting about them with great confidence as though they are fact. So, I guess we've hit the ranty part of the stream. I think that, particularly in an age when it's becoming less and less common, there is a deep sense of comfort in purchasing something and owning it. And I think that digital media does not and cannot ever give us that kind of sense of satisfaction. So when we like something and we want to support something, there is a sense of comfort in purchasing something and knowing that it can't just be erased or taken away. Which brings me to my merch. No, I'm joking. So yeah, hence the books. Don't Starve is getting a board game. Exactly. You don't want the Darkest Dungeon board game, but I wish the minis could be bought separately. Yeah, see, I want to play more Darkest Dungeon. I really like that game. Didn't get the DLCs for it. Maybe that's my problem. But I want to get back into playing Darkest Dungeon. Every so often that one comes back around for me. Factorio is coming back around at the moment. Loot, I was joking. It just was too good of a punchline not to slide on in. Mr. Bones, no. Just hitting him with the merch plug. That wasn't at all what any of that was about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. My community is not pay to play. I love you all equally. I appreciate those of you who can and choose to support through some of the financial options that are out there. But you are welcome here, and even just your presence is more than enough for me. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. So yeah. Anyway, that's my little rant for the day. I hope you're all having a good day. We are nearly finished the body here of our crow, and as soon as I do, I'm going to start the name poll. So I'll get Mr. Bones to drop the name selection in the chat again, just to remind us all of where we currently stand. And if you guys have come up with any other options, now's the time. Oh, hi, Mark. Happy time zone. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool, all right. Decrease at 5. Decrease. Oh. That's very funny, Coletti Spaghetti. I appreciate your presence and your presence. We are naming our little Murkrow here. The colour, by the way, I think is called Twilight, in case that impacts anything for any of y'all. Now, the theme today was farming. We were going for a visit to the farm, and you guys managed to pick Grand Bull. It's got bull in the name, belongs on the farm. And Murkrow, who was making sure that the Scarecrow didn't go out of business. And they are the two we are making today. So I will do a reveal in a minute of the other three. No, I liked it. It was good. It was funny. Yeah, I enjoy some Darkest Dungeon. I want to take the time to get really good at it. Because currently I am very much a filthy casual when it comes to it. But I love the voice acting of like... glimmering baubles, glittering jewels. Or is it just a trick of the light? It's so dramatic. I love it. You enjoyed my rant about physical media? Good. Oh my goodness. I really live in Siren Central. I do. That's exactly it, Loot. I feel like I'm overly cautious in some of those games, whereas like if I just took bigger risks, I'd be okay. I might download it and play it after stream too. This will be Darkest Dungeon buddies. It is intense when you're backed into the corner and their resolve is tested. It's really intense as well when they're like in death saves. And I tell you what though, the times when they find their faith in those moments, oh, absolute, like the best. But then sometimes they come out of there with like kleptomania and that's just a problem. You have like 50 VHS tapes and a broken VHS player that you can't bring yourself to get rid of. Well, I mean, if they're kept nicely and in good condition, it's a collection. If they're a health risk, then we're entering other territory. Yeah. At some point going to Mosaic Crochet Darkest Dungeon stress icon for your brother. See, one thing that I would really love to do is create some wall hangings based on the art of Children of Mortar. I don't know if you guys have seen that game, but oh my goodness, the visuals are so rich. The house on Children of Mortar is just it's so pretty. Crochet and play Darkest Dungeon, only make the creaturey ones. Maybe I'm not ruling it out. I'm really caught up right now in like pretty straight-laced crochet challenges though, like the raccoon video. I really liked that video. I really enjoyed the whole process of filming it, putting it together. I even enjoyed the editing process. I'm really enjoying how much other people are enjoying the outcome, and I want to hit more of that kind of thing. But we're doing something else this week. I agree, Andy. Unskippable ads are the worst. You want a stress icon hat. What am I doing? Starting the name poll. That's what I'm doing. Okay, I remember Hocus Crocus. And I remember Cronelius. You're getting a real good look at the posture I have to get into to use the keyboard today. Let's just... One day I'll work out how to be on camera on stream. And it'll be good for us all. How's that? It's better. My hair is very textury today. Crodelia? Ah, you guys talk too much. And Corfioso. Alrighty, name our Murkrow. He's looking pretty good, honestly. He's coming together. I'm sorry that we're not going to get to the tail on stream, but I feel like I outlined my intention of just making a bunch of picots and front loops to add little bits. You got a DVD player recently because my kid kept asking, sorry, your kid kept asking to borrow DVDs from the library, and I got sick of telling her we have nowhere to play them. Now down to 0 streaming services. Exactly. Like, I have an active streaming service at the moment. I've talked about this before. I paid for a year of, I think it's Paramount, because I spend a lot of time alone in a room and I need background noise, and sometimes the streaming service is more convenient than changing a DVD every hour, particularly if you're doing a 12-hour challenge or something. Sometimes it's good just to like hit play on Survivor and watch 16 seasons of it. But I'll only pay for one at a time. I have one set of eyes. And that's why I'm like, oh, I don't have Netflix at the moment. It'll come around when it comes around again. And by taking a break from the various streaming services, you actually give them a chance to build up some, like at least a handful of stuff to watch. That said, some of those services are worth the year. Like with Paramount, I found enough that it was worth the year. That's not me advertising for them. It was worth it for me to find, but like that's because they have a lot of content that's just like good background noise. I don't think it's good viewing. Whereas like others, you get it for a month and you've exhausted their catalog. It used to be really great when they were all just one streaming service. Those were the days, weren't they? Don't know what I'm making right now, but it started with the Magic Ring of 6. You enjoyed the scale video? I really liked the scale video. I'm going to find ways to do that. I've realized more and more recently, like I've always tried to make the kind of content I want to watch, but I just can't get into crochet content. I think it's because I spend too much time thinking about crochet. I can't get a lot of good enjoyment out of watching a lot of crochet. But I really love watching other people create things. And I really like I watch a lot of like Pokemon challenge videos. Like I watch a lot of PM7 and that sort of thing. And so yeah, that's like I watched PM7 do this video where he was like, I'm gonna double the number of shinies I catch every day, and I'm just like, double, you say? Double, you say? So yeah, I was like, how do I apply crochet to that? And then I did. And here we are. Originally that video was a different format. A little bit. Like it went through some workshopping. I've been trying to do a little bit more development of ideas. The siren's going fast. So yeah, you can definitely hear your neighbors having a convo. They can definitely hear your rants to yourself. Coletti Spaghetti, you should just start gently inserting your opinion into their conversations. That'd be really funny to me. Like if they're just like having a conversation about what to have for dinner, just be like, spaghetti sounds nice. Yeah, exactly. You wait and you get the deals, like Bumblebee is saying there, with 99 cents per month. I did that with Kindle Unlimited a couple of months ago, right back at the start of the year. I read like 2 books a day for 3 months. And then I didn't read a book again for a while. Same sorts of things. It's like when I buy yarn, you can bet that it's at least 30% off, and probably buy one, get one at the same time. It's just like, you gotta look for ways to operate in this world that allow you to spend as little as possible. Spaghetti does sound really good right now. Oh, we've got tacos for dinner. Trying to design a solosis, and he lost count of how many times he frogged, and he's just a little peach with an open mouth. Yeah. Oh, the stream randomly zoomed to the start. Right, okay, that's fair. Well, I've got the big chungus up there now, and the little guys are there and here, climbing up the wall. I tipped out, let's roll this way, all of my Pokemon during one of the breaks so that I could find Snubble to show you guys. Oh, frog again. Well, Andy, make sure that you know what you're changing each time you frog at least, so it at least just doesn't become a Sisyphean task of just constantly pushing that boulder up a hill. You got to know what you're going to do differently before you undo it. Even if you have to try 15 different things, make sure that they're 15 different things. Honestly, it's just a relief to be able to put the raccoons in the background of the shot, because like I've been hiding them. I didn't have the biggest one last week. Wow, I didn't have the biggest one last week. Is that true? No, I did. I was hiding the biggest one from you last week, but the week before I only had up to day 3 filmed, I think. So that wasn't so bad. I may have had day 4 filmed at that point. But yeah, I said it at the start and I'll say it again now just because we've had a little bit of a changeover. The pattern for day 5, the day 5 raccoon, is available on Patreon already. The pattern for day 3 is obviously available everywhere right now. Day 1 is going to be up on Patreon probably this evening. I have it typed up, I just need to post it. Day 2 is being reserved for the 12 days of crochet, and day 4 has been filmed and will be released on the channel before the end of the year, probably early November. So if you're looking for any of the raccoon patterns, they are all going to be available in some form or another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. Cool. Was not trying to be condescending, Andy. Was trying to be supportive. Good though. Good. So that's where our little wing goes. So now we need to make a little wing tip, which we're just going to stop and actually write down what we did for the wing. How's that vote going? Hocus Crocus by a landslide. Still, I have 1 row to go on this wing, and I will do that first. So let's see. We will go half, double, double, treble, double. Oh, do we want to do like a proper wing? No, we don't need a proper wingtip. Half double, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's 13 back around to the start. Anyone have an idea on how to make the translucent bubble around it, since you can't make the translucent crochet? If you work out how to make translucent crochet, please get in touch. It has been the bane of my existence for a while now, because I really want to make a gelatinous cube, and I can't settle on a method that looks right to me, and it's a bother. And I'm also really afraid of like the whole Solosis line being in Gen 5 and likely to appear at some point in the not too distant future, and I have no idea how I'm supposed to make it translucent. Hi.
Hey.
You just walked in smirking.
Yeah, I was just thinking like he really appreciates what you're doing at the moment because he's a fan of crochet.
Huh? Who is?
Crochet.
Oh, okay. I don't get it.
Crow.
Okay.
He's a bird.
He is.
They're vaguely crow-shaped.
Okay.
Crochet.
Thank you for
That's
the
what
explanation.
crow
Jokes.
it makes it much funnier, doesn't it?
Jokes are always funnier when you have to explain them. Hey, Fluffy Chomper, congratulations on your name winning then. That's really exciting. I love giving you guys the chance to name things because yeah, it's just like feels like a little victory every time. Plus, oh my goodness, it's such an interesting timeline going back and reading through the names. I'm going to close off the name poll. I think we have our answer. So it was Hocus Crocus at 54%, then Cronelius at 24%, Crodelia at 16%, and Corfioso at just 6%. Thank you to everybody who voted. I have in the meantime whipped up one little wing here. Which will go here, and when I sew it on, I'll be sewing the front loops down, just so that it bobbles out a little bit and gives him a little bit more of a bird silhouette. He's giving main character energy. And folks, that is where we are going to call it for today, because I'm starving and I don't want to leave for a break just to come back for 5 minutes of crocheting. So we went through Granbull today, who is like looking a little Freddy Fazbear, not gonna lie, but it'll land, don't worry. Pulled out Grubble for you guys to have a look too. We named this guy something. Lunchable! We named this guy Lunchable, and we made our crow, whose name is Hocus Crocus, who's just missing his feet at this point and his bushy tail, both of which will be made hopefully in time for stream next week, but we'll see how we go. Let's do the reveals. Let's show you guys who the other Pokemon we would have found on our farmyard are. So this is your last chance to get your guesses in the chat, and I will pause for like 5 seconds for you to state your guesses. If you can't find a solution, you'll just make the yolk and call it a day. Get a clear plastic ball. That's true. I have a clear plastic ball, but that's not going to really help me once we get to like the more complicated ones. It reminds you of Grimace because it's the same color as Grimace. Hold on, where's my boy? Is that you, boy? Nope, that's a Nidoran. Where's me Grimer? Buddy? There's Ditto, looking mad. Ah, there's Muck. Grimer's in there somewhere. I can't see him easily. Otherwise I would have pulled him out. Alright, that's enough time for you to get your guesses in. So the other Pokemon you would have found on the farm were Piloswine, in with the piggies. This is clearly a pig. You would have found Mareep, in with the sheep. And you would have found, no awards for guessing this one here, Miltank, in with the cattle. So thank you for coming to my farm today. So, yes, sorry, you can absolutely buy empty Christmas ornaments around Christmas time. I know because I bought a whole bunch of them for the 12 Days of Crochet last year and then didn't use them, but I've since used them for the eyes on Morp, who you can see right there. Those eyes are just giant plastic halves of a ball. Anyway, that is it for today's stream. Thank you guys so much all for hanging out and helping me make some choices. And happy time zone, everybody. I'll see you all next week. Bye.